Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it is so good to unsee you as well. Hello, welcome to another time zone, another session, another stream. With yours truly, Damien Halme, disruptor, programmer of minds, recalibrator of your status quo. That's me. Hi, welcome. And there's a Lost, our fearless leader, who is now in two places as a floating emoji and also as a Discord icon. He's waiting for me to hop back into Discord. All right. Tonight, we're going to be playing Enshriiiiine. We've already basically beaten the game, but we haven't done the one thing that we want to do. A big thing, and that is we really want to create our own city, a big mega project, something huge, something really daunting. And so tonight we're going to go back into the what we've quoted as the megalopolis, which we painstakingly transferred onto a 24/7 server. So this is now up all the time for all of us to work on in, all of our gobs of spare time that none of us actually really have. But at least it's there, so we can pick and prod at it basically throughout whenever we do have free time, which is nice. It's been a nice transition. So I'm going to pop into Discord, say hello to our fearless leader, and we'll get underway with some building tonight. At least 4 hours worth of creating, fixing. I'll explain fixing in a bit here, and crafting and gathering the whole shebang. We're gonna really make this ours. Make this server ours. Okay, let's pop in, shall we? Hello.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. Lost. How have you been?
Tired. Very tired.
You've been tired. What's going on? If I may ask. If I may prod.
No, really not a whole lot. I've been busy playing various Final Fantasy games such as Rebirth and going back into 16.
Ooh. I would love to play 16.
New DLC. It is amazing.
Yeah. And how does Rebirth stand? Is it like a 2024 game?
It's very different. Like, I'm really enjoying it. There's so much in it, more than just like story, of course, but it's just vast, and there's like millions of mini games and just so much to do.
Interesting. So they gave you a lot of extra side content, more so than what was in the original game, because I know the original game had a pretty good amount of like additional side fun things you could kind of do, play around with.
Yeah, they've really expanded on it. They did a pretty good job with Gold Saucer too.
I love me some Gold Saucer. It's one of the places I've spent the most time in Final Fantasy XIV as well. But I really loved it in Final Fantasy VII. I think for me, especially the idea, I don't know that if they ever really created like a need in 14 to play anything in the saucer, but I think the Chocobo racing, training, breeding, and all of that you did in 7 was amazing, because it really did unlock like a new portion of the game that you couldn't even get into otherwise, you know?
Yeah, I love the Chocobo racing.
Yeah.
That's in Rebirth as well.
Perfect. I think without that, you'd basically be missing I don't know. To me, to have something that's just supposed to be like fun and gambling and silly and goofy mini games on the side, and then realize down the road, oh my gosh, like I'm unlocking new components to the game. Like I'm unlocking more of the map than you can play just in the vanilla gameplay of the game. That was such a radical revelation for its time.
Mhm.
I think we needed clay.
So if you ever get an opportunity, you should also check out Chocobo Racing in 14.
I've started down that path, but then a lot of other things sort of precluded my continuance of just doing Chocobo Racing. I probably need to go back and either relearn or read some tutorials on what it is exactly that I have to do. I loved when I got into it, and I already bred up to like a grade 3 or grade 4 or something like that. So, you know, I was on the journey to getting some really high level racing going on. But
so I've actually maxed mine out, and I've been trying to get everybody else to get on my level, as they say.
So
what's it
the
actually
ultimate...
does get...
Go ahead.
It does get more fun as you progress too, because the races get harder.
Mm-hmm.
Everything gets faster. There's a lot more obstacles and everything. It just gets a lot more fun the further you progress into it.
And is there any like sort of... Is there sort of an ultimate goal for getting to be the best at racing, or is the goal just in racing? Like, you get better at racing so you can race harder races, so that you can get better, so that you race harder races, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was anything like a special secret glamour, secret mount, something like that's sort of external to the idea of racing that you also end up...
I mean, there are definitely some spoils you can get from getting better and winning and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely achievements. I think 100 wins or something like that for like the last achievement. Honestly can't remember, but you can get your Chocobo up to pedigree 9 with a rating of 300. That's the max.
Okay. Yeah, that would be right up my alley. I like racing games as it is anyway. I feel like it's something that I got into that a lot of my friends didn't really do so much. My friends were into racing and competitive games, sports games, fighting games, anything where you're like head to head against other players, and you know, you're all sort of like trying to beat each other's score. And then they all grew up really early. Like I distinctly remember we were all still in college, and my group of friends all started playing poker, smoking cigars, going to the driving range, and watching like CSI episodes. And I was like, all right, cool. Do you guys want to stay up all night and like eat junk food and play Smash Brothers? And they're like, no, we have an early tea time tomorrow, so we got to get on the green. So we're gonna go to bed early. Like, okay, that's fine. Like, hey, do you guys all want to go and get some like cheap burritos and regret it tomorrow? No, we're gonna sip some brandy and smoke cigars tonight. Oh yeah, okay, all right, cool. It just like felt, you know, like they turned 40 before their years. So like, how am I supposed to do stuff that I want to do that's like at my age level or whatever?
Right.
while they're all interested in becoming old before their time.
Stay young while it lasts.
And right? Like, who rushes to be that old? Obviously, like little kids are always in a rush to get older quicker, but it's really weird to see college age people be like, no, I'm not nearly old enough. Let's watch Matlock and rub Bengay on our on our bodies. Okay, I'm taking it too far. They definitely didn't do that, but maybe they could have. Oh, I still need clay. Whoops. Maybe I can still steal some away. I don't know that we're going to need it necessarily on this server, but I kind of want Emily to have a an oven. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was thinking about if this is gonna be like a permanent place, might as well have food here too.
Exactly. I don't know that this is a place you can ever really get good at exploration, but it's at least a place where we can do a lot of crafting. We can pull stuff from other servers, bring it back here, have a massive city and infrastructure ready and waiting.
Hopefully they'll give us some more flame altars when they expand the map too.
That would be really nice. I read somewhere that the roadmap calls for something like a max of 20 flame altars, which would be pretty amazing.
That would be good.
But you also have to keep in mind just how much world will there be at that point. Will 20 feel like, oh, 20's lame, like we can't possibly cover all the places that we need to with 20?
True.
I guess time will tell. Is there anything that you know particularly that you're going to be using a lot of in your build?
So far stone.
I have a crap ton of that. Absolutely overloaded with stone.
Yeah, primarily just stone right now until I start getting more advanced with my design.
There.
Actually replacing the mycelium blocks with some weathered stone block.
Okay. What I would like to do is make the road here less severe. Maybe not. Maybe I don't care about the road per se. Started doing a little bit of landscaping on the outside of my mansion. But I also have a lot of interior design to do, decisions I have to make. I've also started to install a public draw to the mansion as well. A place where people would gather to have a good time. Because what good is a mansion if it's just a place for a bunch of rich people to languish and hang their heads at night when they're done with their boring days? I know Nico and Lady Nico sort of perused the grounds, and one of them, I don't want to say how this happened, came up with that they felt that they knew what it was I was basing my design on, and they guessed it right. Have you noticed that this resembles something that tickles some idea in the back of your head?
Haven't thus far, but I can take another gander at it.
Up to you. I don't want to twist your arm, but this is the original design I started this on is not my own idea, but it eventually grew into something much bigger than just what they the original thing that I was basing this off of. There's one component I'd say that everybody sort of immediately latched onto, and yeah, somebody took a quick guess and was able to figure it out based on that component. I heard Final Fantasy sounds in the background.
Oh, that must have been my phone.
Nice. So yeah, this is something I've been working on for a little while. Basically, when musical instruments are introduced into the game, I wanted a little stage and a pub to play in. So I made a tiny underground macabre bar. I thought would be pretty cool.
I like it.
Thanks. I'm still working on fully designing the place, but I at least tossed a few cups around and made the place feel somewhat cozy and very hidden.
Stompy, 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 stompy.
Yeah, I like the metal blocks on as a flooring. It really tied the mansion together.
I don't know if I could ever guess.
So I'll give you a big hint. This might end up doxing to everybody exactly what I had in mind if I give you this hint. But the hint is in the rooms that have bookshelves in them.
I didn't mean to fall.
Of course, finding the rooms with bookshelves in them right now is a little tricky. And I'll probably be adding a lot more bookshelves to all the rooms because, you know, what good is a mansion unless you throw your wealth around by lots and lots of books?
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting books in mine as well.
Nice.
Ah, hit my head.
Yeah, I wanted this to feel really, really claustrophobic.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll probably keep it a secret, but if you call Uncle at any point and you decide you just want to be told instead of guessing just what it is you're looking at, I'll probably DM it to you to keep it a secret. So anybody else who's watching the stream or VOD can apply their own fan theory as to just what the heck is happening with this property.
It's very detailed. I like
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I still have some things that I want to do with this place, but it's a good start. Let's see. So I do know that I have more books and bookshelves I'd like to make. Maybe that's going to be my next step tonight. Let's work on getting the place looking more scholarly. Well, if you feel like you're running into anything that needs some major crafting or gathering to get done, be happy to help out.
Yeah. I was just working on my place a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Also noticed this roof is destroyed. Still.
Oh, yeah. I went through and did a little bit of work on it on the peak, but a lot of it's still trashy. And there's still a lot of places in Kelvin that need some work and love. That was one thing I thought maybe I would tackle tonight. If I got bored of staring at my own work, is to just go through and make sure that everything was on the up and up in Kelvin. I know even the big tavern building at the north end of the town or village or whatever, the upper story still has roof for a floor, which looks kind of...
I worked on this a little bit. I added some lighting and
oh, nice.
Yeah, lighting.
Oh, it's not so creepy downstairs. Yeah.
I added some doors. This one didn't have a door leading outside. Now it does.
Good, good.
I put a door here and a fireplace.
Oh, nice.
And then I put a ladder going up.
Oh. Is that part naturally open, or did you open this corner of the floor?
I opened it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there was no way up in here, except I think one of us made a staircase over here, but I got rid of that.
Oh, yeah, Lady Nico did.
Oh. Well, it's gone now.
All right. Yeah, it'd be nice to walk on something other than roof shingles here.
Yeah.
I don't know what would exist up here, but you know, something that's not a roof over a roof.
Yeah.
And there's still like damage up here too. Some of the walls and everything. This part's open in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a look at making some books and bookshelves, and then maybe I'll come back and address this building. I feel like this building's kind of like the alpha building of Kelvin. It's like the biggest and prettiest of them all. You look at it and
I was definitely drawn to it.
Yeah. Look at it and you think something important is happening here. Don't know what. But I guess one thing with the roof blocks, they sneak out on the outside and they do an interesting I don't know what you would call it, like just a border between the half timber blocks and then the stone blocks below them. Like it's not bad on the outside, but see that little bit of fringe of roof for, I mean, it's nonsensical, but it's there. It doesn't look bad. I'd probably leave that part, but make it a real floor inside the building. I could see us doing some pretty good stuff with the town.
Yeah.
Also, you may notice, if you try to craft tonight, I have placed a significant amount of magic chests in place of regular huge chests.
I did notice that. Yes.
Yeah.
It was much needed.
Yeah, I did a little bit of organization to resemble something like what we had in the Network '07 server, but without moving things around or putting too much effort in, um, like creating a system that's particularly pretty for now. I figure we'll
Right.
eventually get there, but I just wanted stuff in cohesive chests so that it made kind of a bit more sense. We had a lot of duplicate stacks across 2 or 3 chests, and it was
Oh,
just
I'm
a
sure.
yeah, it was just a waste of space and everything.
Yeah.
For shelves, I guess we need shelves. Oh, I guess we need nails.
What are we gonna do this little shrine and shit?
Oh, over there.
Yeah.
We should really doll it up. Like it looks small and kind of sad. I think it would be nice if we really made this. Probably leave all the Blair Witch shit up here.
Hell
'Cause
yeah.
I think it's a nice look. But we could probably dress this up and make it look a lot cooler. Maybe some hollowed halls or just well block or something that makes it look a lot more austere and ominous and make it a lot more badass than what it actually is. But I would leave like the blocks here that look like they're some sort of Stonehenge kind of thing, and then build our way around it so that it's something much more presentable. And it's not just like you kind of stumble upon this. You know, you're walking around, you see all of these other buildings or whatever these. I guess these are like storage bins that would be used for the town for whatever. And so it's occluded while you're walking. You don't really see it at first, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, they also have this weird, creepy thing over here. I think it would be nice to make it a little more obvious that it exists in the corner. Maybe that means putting a bit of a build out over top of the cave entrance so that it sings to the rest of the town like, I am here, there's something cool, come check it out. What's this other cave for?
There's something cool over here.
I think I've even been to this part of Calvin at all. Oh, I think this might be. Oh, there's shroud and lava.
It's a ring of stamina. It's a weak one.
Okay.
And a hunter's bow. I'll just leave that stuff.
Oh, hi. There's like furmen, whatever you call them, the Vuka. And then it leads out of Kelvin into other lands. Boop. Booped him. Sorry, buddy.
Why are you coming after me?
I hope this isn't in the build space. I hope it didn't damage anything I wasn't supposed to.
Why are you attacking me? You're my friend.
I might have aggroed him, and then because you're with me, that
I'm not with him. I don't know who that guy is. It's different. It's a different human.
We go way back. Yeah. It's mighty dark, so it's hard to see around here. I don't think any of this is in our build area. Let me check. Uh-oh. I think I found another shaman. Yeah, I don't think we're in the build area anymore.
You're welcome. Do you have eggs? No.
That's all you care about. Do they have eggs? Yeah, the cave has some intrigue to it, but once you get a torch into the corners of it, there's not much to see in here, except a way out. Same thing with the place with lava. Like, it looks really cool, but there's nothing to do in there.
Yeah.
And then this other direction, there's a gold chest. Is
Yeah,
this
that's
place?
the Ring of Stamina.
Oh, gotcha. And this is just outside of our build zone. So it's a farmable chest for something that we'll probably never need.
Yeah.
But that also means we can do some dolling up of the way in. We could even make this like an actual road that enters the enters the cave. You know, make it more intentional. Make everything in Kelvin more like this exists for a reason. Even this like
this ominous floating block.
Yeah, why is this wall this way? Why float? Would probably fix this up to make this look a lot cooler. Everything's all rubble and destroyed. Yeah. Do you know any good places to farm metal scraps? Because I feel like that's one thing that we're low on regularly.
Oh, I usually just go to Willow Crush or something like that and just
I never did go to the new dungeon underneath there that you said exists.
Let's go.
We gotta check that out. Yeah. Should have checked if I had rested. Oh, I do. I'm fine. I was like, wait, I'm leaving without actually knowing what's going on. All right.
Wait, why can't I? While in a shroud, I'm not in. Oh, I'm in a shroud, but I'm not.
Oh, you need to go find shroud.
Yep.
Enter it to leave it. That's annoying. Super annoying. All right. Oh, what's cool over there? Oh, that's our place. I'm looking at Nico's house from really, really far away. It looks kind of cool and weird because you can only see like very little detail on it.
Wait, why am I? Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
How did I?
What'd you do?
I didn't teleport. I'm just teleporting in the same spot.
That's weird.
What the hell?
Uh-oh. It's dark. Should we sleep and start this in the morning?
I don't know if oh, here. Okay, here we go. That was very weird.
Are you lagging or like what's going on right now?
Yeah, terrible lag.
Oh.
Latency 16,300 milliseconds.
Uh-oh. It might be because we have so many streams live right now.
I think I'm falling to my death, but I'm not sure.
Uh-oh. Hi, Lady Nico. How are you today? Welcome to your weekend.
Very slowly falling to my death.
I'm very nervous for you right now.
Oh, there. I died.
You're still alive on... Oh, no, there you go. Now you're dead. Still kind of eh? Are you having a multiple day headache? Because I have definitely, absolutely had those before. Oof. This is not where I wanted to land. Emotional this time. I see.
I don't know if I can respawn.
Oh yeah, my ping went up really high too. And I'm playing locally. So, something bad. It's probably too many of us using too much bandwidth all at once. It was my deceased cat's birthday a few days ago. Just messed up. Not in the mood to socialize right now. Understandable. I appreciate you popping into stream. And you know, happy Rainbow Bridge Day to your kitty. I've lived through many of our pets' lives, and we're still really grateful to have our 2 shithead kitties that we live with. They cause us all sorts of different kinds of grief. But any animal you end up living with and having memories with can't be replaced by somebody else.
That is very true.
Oh yeah, I'm lagging really, really bad. Wonder if I should restart the server or if I should do something else with our bandwidth right now. I'm scared to check and see if people are also playing on Minecraft right now. Like,
Yeah, I was thinking about that
just how much draw on all of our resources can we have all in one go while still being just like a household running all this kind of stuff. Still have my collie and my new kitties. We still have 2 kitties that hate each other, and each one only loves like one person in our house. And of course we have Mary's Alaskan Husky with us, Scotty. And she is a handful. She's like a toddler, but like perpetually. She will never learn or grow past the phase of her life that she's in, which is, you know, a struggle to accept. Lockpick required to get in there. So it seems like the north end of the town is pretty much vacant of enemies and anything too terribly exciting.
It might have not loaded in.
Or yeah, or maybe all the enemies didn't load in. No, I think they would have by now. All the inanimate objects are loaded in here. I'm moving with some basic capacity to move around. Let me know if it gets any better or worse for you, though.
I still haven't been able to. I might have to just exit the game and come back in.
Okay.
You can be revived by another player. I doubt it.
Take a look and see if I can check in on Minecraft. We got a bunch of people hanging out there. That might be making things go crazy, go nuts. We were unable to verify what products you own. What? Yeah, Minecraft is taking a poop on me too. Okay, I started moving less stuttery in Enshriiiiine. Something good happened there. Let's check Minecraft out. Nobody's on the server in Minecraft. I do not want your all-in-one. Thank you. My jumps are a lot less stuttery. No enemies loaded in this area, so that's a bonus. Yeah, I feel like Willow Crush might have been a nice place to build as well. But I really like the valley that we ended up choosing.
Yeah, I still want to see the Willow Crush that we preserved with the Flame Altar on the other server.
Yeah. Be a neat comparison.
All right, my latency's back down to 30 milliseconds.
Oh, good. Could just been wonky.
Hopefully
I
that
mean,
passes.
obviously we're in, still an alpha sort of period for the game, so can't expect everything to be working to perfect spec.
Yeah.
I know they said if you are running a server, like a dedicated server, the minimum specs for that are pretty darn high. Like it's kind of insane what sort of things they request of you for a game that should otherwise not require all of these. This much RAM, this much everything.
Mm-hmm.
But they probably need to do some optimization passes on how the server itself runs.
Oh, no, I can't move.
Uh,
I'm 4 meters away from my corpse, and I can't get it.
oh no. Oh yeah, I'm in enshrouded while I'm not in enshrouded. Darn. Huh. Do not want that.
Latency's back up to 5 seconds.
Oof. I can see if I can restart the server and see if it'll help out with anything.
Okay, let me hop out.
Sure.
If it'll let me. Okay, there you go.
If it'll let you. Do a little bit of tech work here. Good news is doing a big project like that. Well, it's not even a big project. Doing a very tiny project like trying to learn how to host an enshrouded server on your own has taught me a lot about Linux that I didn't originally know.
Excellent.
And just some basic things about networking that I wish I had known a long time ago. I had friends who studied networking in college, and I was just like, networking? You mean plug Ethernet port or Ethernet cable into port in one computer and then do the same on the other computer? That doesn't sound very interesting to me. And so I studied like way rigorous stuff that never came up in real life. And my friends who have networking jobs now are like, yeah, there's always a need for this kind of stuff. And the stuff that I ended up studying in college, namely like operating system development and AI, like these things do not exist in the real world right now. I know that sounds funny given like what we hear is like a push for AI these days, but what we really have a push for is like generative responses based on a large corpus of information, which is a little bit different than training learning models in actual AI. They don't really necessarily cross over. I did learn something about like big corpus training, but wasn't the same thing that you see in like chat GPT and all of that. Okay, server should be up and running again. Fresh, new, and ready to join.
All right.
And hopefully, snappier. I can't say whether that's going to happen or not, but we shall see. Do games only remember the last flame altar you traveled to? Like, you'll never actually spawn
Yes.
at a spire, will you?
I thought the spire counted as a flame altar.
I did too. I expected to pop up at the Revelwood flame altar. Not that it didn't take me only 5 seconds to get here, but... Okay. Going to Willow Crush.
Hey, latency looks good again.
Good. Maybe that could just be a thing that if I know we're gonna all be streaming this, and just with the amount of bandwidth that it takes to do streams, especially on Friday, Oz and I both stream at the same time, and then to have folks on servers, it might just make sense to do a refresh of everything just before we go live on Showtime.
Yeah.
And now it's significantly easier to see Willow Crush. And hopefully not die here. I can't imagine anybody here is strong enough to kill me, but... Ah! But you never know when there's an exploding barrel around. That takes half my health.
I didn't know you were landing there.
Oh, did you shoot at the exploding barrel?
I did.
Thanks.
Anytime.
You tell him what's up. Well, I'm definitely getting metal scraps from these guys. So I remember these. I don't know what these are supposed to be. They look like they're supposed to be some sort of like you push these big,
like a mill.
Yeah, but
sort of thing.
but like a hand-driven mill, or oh, maybe they're this high up because they're supposed to be for like horse or oxen
Or trolls.
or trolls. You put the hoist a bunch of trolls to these things. Say, mill my wheat for me, beast. And they say no, and then you whip them until they do. They start crying. Nothing like crying trolls. This is cool. I like the verticality of the area that we're staring at over here. It's not just like built only at ground level kind of place. Oh, hey, that's my health, you jerk. And I like their shaman huts around here too. We should probably do some religious institutions in our town.
Yeah, like where that shrine is.
Yeah, I like where the shrine is. We could build a whole church around that, actually. We have alchemy stations here too. They've got a little bit of everything.
Hamster wheel.
A hamster wheel. There's more tower up here too. Neat. Oh, it goes even up and up. Can you craft the grating that you can climb, or is that not a thing?
I don't think so. I've not seen a recipe for that.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. I made a mistake. Down much lower than I wanted to be in this town.
Okay, I think I found a way down.
I was looking at the tower that I was in and trying to find a way to its lower regions. And I messed up. Oh, here we go.
Who's
Back
growling? You're
basement.
growling.
Is there down through here?
There's people over here.
Huh. There is a down. There's building down there, but I don't think you can enter it unless you break it. Alright, I'm on my way to you. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I like the layout. It's very well thought out. It's kind of like they've learned a lot more about just making a city feel more cohesive than when they first built this place. Oh, that was a waste. Everything's so dark. Oh, hi guys.
Oh, rats.
I wish you could craft half the things that you see in basements too.
What is this?
Huh? Oh. Oh. Let's go exploring. I see manacles on the wall. That would be cool to be able to craft that too. Oh my, there's a whole dungeon. Oh, there's an even further down dungeon. Oh, it's not a dungeon. This part's a crypt. It's not a dungeon, it's a tomb. And there's these guys. Hollow folks. Oh, this must be the dungeon you were speaking of.
Yeah.
Underneath the town.
Oh god.
Ow.
They're all over the place.
They're only level 11, but they do clump up on you. Seems like a dead end over here. Oh yeah, you know if it's lit up green, something bad. Bad's gonna happen. Dead ends. Oh, it goes further down that way. We'll hold off. Anything?
Somebody's already robbed this grave.
Bastards. Okay, there's more down this way then. Hi. It's like a hollowed hall all unto itself.
Right?
A mini hollowed hall.
Drat. Foiled again.
Oh.
Need a lockpick.
Oh. I have one? Shortly?
Like, I don't know.
There we go.
Oh. I can open it while you're unlocking it.
Oh. Nice.
That's amazing.
Anything juicy in here? Wow, a level 11 hatchet. You turn straight into currency. I wish we could make these green flame torches. Now that thinking about it, I bet there's a recipe in one of the hollow halls for them.
Maybe.
Get some really nice bright green light shining. I just probably haven't explored all of the halls all the way through.
Yeah, definitely have to go back sometime.
Yeah.
Those I wouldn't mind running again.
Oh, definitely. Especially now that I've tried it over again as like 2 melee. When Nico and I both went in as co-melee, it was almost too easy. So then what's up this way? There's a lot of people behind bars, which is pretty cool. Oh. Leads back to the hamster wheel. Neat.
What if there's another one?
Another dungeon? It's worth peeking around.
Yeah, Willow Crush is pretty big.
It's got a lot of little hidey holes everywhere too. So I'm sure it'd be easy for them to secret away little things here and there. that you find out about later. Oh, a readable. Early in the morn, I was manning the grind mill. It was creaking all wicked. Pushed hard. Something blocked the mill. To my horror, some fool climbed inside, buried by roots. His body was swollen and bloated. The juice of the plant flesh leaked from his lips. I fished out what was left of him and brushed it under the floorboards next to the grind mill before the morning bell rang. If the head of sanitation finds out, I could kiss my bonus goodbye. They even had issues with OSHA back then. The grind mill.
I think I did find another secret.
Uh-oh.
But now I'm being attacked.
Uh-oh. Okay. You are up there. All right. What have we got? Oh, more readable. Brother, even now I can feel its strength coursing through me. The elixir is a miracle. Why, I'm beginning to feel like a new man. Join me in a raid on the elixir still tonight. The others won't have an inkling of who did it and we'll have elixir for months. If you have but a shred of loyalty to me, meet me in my secret cellar at midnight. Cheers, Samuel. Is this his secret cellar? Looks like a secret
Got
cellar.
another readable.
Oh. Brother, you betray me with the rest. You are all cowards. I shall dig my own elixir wells and have all the elixir and ember veil. I will no longer rely on the old ways, the old names. This is the dawning of a new age. The age of Samoth. Oh, we learned about Samoth. Yeah. Interesting. And here's a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Oh.
Yeah,
There's
there's
stuff on the floor here for shiggles. Well, it's not too secret, I guess.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Now what?
What? Who dares?
Yeah, he forgot about us.
We, just gonna pop in here real quick. Almost every chest here has just explosive powder ball.
Oh, another readable. The brew is ours, brother. The elixir still overflows with the stuff. Nobody will notice that I took some, eh? Come over and let's drink. Cheers, Samuel.
There's somebody yelling
you
at
were
us.
being chased.
Hi, pup. Here's a friend. Two friends. All right. Yeah, where are we? Oh. This place feels big, but it's also very compact. It's just very, there's a lot of squirrely, subtle nuance to it. So which grind mill did he mean then? I saw somebody get squished.
No, I pressed jump, but okay. Is there something behind here too? A chest. With stuff that'll be turned into runes.
All right. These big...
Oh, hello.
Oh, somebody shoot at me? How dare you?
Damn, he had a lot of stuff on him.
these big halls are kind of smart. Should do something like this too, where some of the village just looks like it's manufacturing or like mass storage.
Oh, I see a Nico.
Hey. Oh. Nito. Nico.
Whale, whale, whale.
Happens to be right here with us. And he's also his wizardly kin. Wizard kin. What's up, dude?
Ow.
What's going on? What's going on?
Oh, you know, we're actually giving the new Willow Crush a once over, a thorough once over. It's small, but they've done a lot with the very tiny space. You know, they've crammed a lot of corners and tight turns, and
Yeah, they did. What the hell?
this is a really good what's the word I'm looking for? Like proof of concept for what we can do with our space to make it feel really full and rich. You know what I mean? Because this is like, look on the map. This is not a lot of area.
No, it's not.
But as you're walking through the buildings, it feels,
Claustrophobic?
yeah, and rich. You know, like a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Have you seen the secret dungeon?
No. Is it a secret sex dungeon or just like a regular dungeon?
Yes.
We did kind of kill the sexy part of it, though. So there's much less, much fewer participants in it.
Yeah.
I see.
It would kind of just be us three.
I mean, it wouldn't be that bad.
I'm starting to see places that look familiar. Oh, maybe not. I would have looted these if I'd been here before.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's over here.
Looking down here.
They're shouting. Oh, here he is. What's up, dude?
Yeah, this is the place. There's still more enemies. I can't believe that.
Are you trying to place the thing?
Huh?
You trying to place the thing?
Oh, no. We'll leave that one open. Lost just wanted to show you where the secret sex dungeon was.
Secret tunnel.
I mean, regular dungeon that does not involve sex.
Huh.
After you.
Okay, this is totally a sex dungeon.
Right.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, wow, there's more.
This used to be full of bad guys, mind you. The whatever you call them, the hollowed halls, skelly people and their kin, and the doge, skelly doge, and all that.
Green torches for my place. What the hell?
No, that's what I'm saying. I have a feeling like these are craftable, and we just haven't discovered. We haven't gotten to that part of the hollow halls yet.
This is pretty cool.
They did a lot. There's a lot of verticality here, too. That's something important to pay attention to as well. I think it would make a lot of sense for us to have, like, basements in every building, catacombs, the sewers that sort of connect all the buildings together underground. Like, we have so much build region in our flame altars that's subterranean. Like, why wouldn't we take advantage of all that too? Eventually, probably fill in the surface level first. So somebody said that there was someone who got killed at one of these grind mills. Was that just like lore, just for lore's sake? Because I don't have a quest for it.
I've never heard this before in my life.
It was one of the we read a readable somewhere here in town, and the guy was like, I hope OSHA doesn't get a hold of me because I just saw somebody get ground up inside one of these things.
Oh, that's probably just lore.
Okay.
It might be a hint for the Ring of Rapacity.
Oh.
Think so?
Maybe. That's what I assume, because it's underneath one of the mills.
Is it still?
I believe so.
New lore.
Imagine renovating this place.
Imagine what?
Renovating this whole place.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about that too when we first got here. Like, this would be pretty cool too. We can make a whole other server where we rebuild and expand this area.
I watched a 30-ish minute YouTube video of a guy who renovated Glenwood, I believe it was called.
Glenwood. Name
Glenwood's
sounds familiar.
north of us. It's like directly north of us.
Oh, isn't that one with the matron in a big hall at the very far north of the town?
Yep.
That's
And
a
he
pretty
saved
cool.
that.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
oh
cool.
yeah, it's a really cool project, and it was the keep was the last thing he did because it was such a huge undertaking.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole town is a massive undertaking. I forget how long it took him, but he did it, and it looked great. And he planted flower. Oh look, there's a dude here. He planted vegetation. Anyway, it was really cool to see.
Yeah. I was thinking if I was feeling kind of not up to staring at my mansion anymore tonight, that I might go into Calvin and see what sort of things we could do to start to renovate and reconstruct that place. Because there's some of the roofs done, not all the roofs are even done yet, and then there's a lot of other stuff to do. If we're gonna expand our road system, laying that down there too, and clearing out all the rubble and just making it look like, I don't know, like it's more, what's the word I'm looking for? Like everything has intent behind it, where right now some of it looks kind of just like wild and woolly. That's a pretty cool place.
It's a cool place.
It's so small and so vast at the same time. Like, there's not a lot, and yet there's so much here.
Also, you know what? I don't think I ever thank you for setting this up, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, man.
It's fucking amazing. Because not only do I not have to, keep the server open all the time, but when we are on, I can easily switch characters.
Yeah, you can switch characters. We can take stuff from our other servers and bring it here and back, and it's just it's a nice thing. I will not lie and say it was easy, but it's done now. Now that it's done, there's not a lot of other work for me to do except keep up on updates and you know, periodically reset it if it gets wonky or whatever. It got wonky a little bit earlier where Lost and I was having bad latency with it. I don't even know what happened, but you know, it got weird. And so I just
That's what I just found.
I reset it and it was fine. Let me out of this thing.
You
Ugh.
can still get the ring of rapacity.
Oh.
Yep.
How'd you know to dig here? Was it just rubble
didn't.
in the spot?
Well, I saw this glowing, orange glowing thing under the wood planks, and that's exactly what it looked like before.
Yep.
Interesting.
It's so bad now.
It's terrible. It's terrible. They doubled the amount of mana that they take from you,
Right.
and they lessened the regen by a shit ton. It was what, plus 20, and now it's 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I get this area that is only like level 11, but even at level 11, I don't know if I would make that monkey's pod
Shit.
change.
Almost died.
Don't I?
Almost died again.
And it's kind of weird that there's all of this other Willow Crush over here, but they decided not to have any enemies or really pan it out too much. Just kind of like a rubble old town version of more of it. I remember there used to be fighting here. Like we got into trouble here at one point. Like it was
Yeah.
nighttime and we were all getting split up and half of us were dying and the other half were like taking too much damage trying to res each other. Good times. Now there's like no enemies here at all. I just passed a rat, but whatever.
That's not an enemy. Rats are our friends.
I mean, he's not fighting me. We're buddies.
I don't feel like wasting metal scraps on a lockpick.
I mean, we're literally here to get metal scraps, so turning them into lockpicks does feel kind of like a waste.
Oh, is that what we're doing here?
I originally asked Lost, I was like, hey, so we're kind of low on metal scraps, which get used in a lot of different furniture items, and I'm at that stage where I'm making a lot of furniture. Ah, son of a bitch. And so I was like, where do you usually go to get lots of metal? And he was like, oh, well, here.
Is where you go?
Yeah.
It's not where I go.
Willow Crush, just go around killing everyone, grab their scraps.
So where do you usually go, Nico?
I go. Where do I go? I don't remember what it's called. Shit. Hill of Scavengers, I think.
Hell of Scavengers.
Yeah, it's just like just southwest of Megalodon.
Oh, okay. Oh, that place with the first matron you ever encounter?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Plenty of dudes to go in there and, moida for their materials and then all the furnishings that you can destroy.
Mm-hmm.
You should come out walking out there with like at least 3 stacks ish. Also, where the hell's my pickaxe?
Uh-oh.
I respect this character and re-geared him.
Oh.
So now he's like, I don't know, pretty much unstoppable. Almost took the fun out of the whole thing.
We'll see. They'll recalibrate like all the builds and then you'll have all the wind out of your sails again.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we were trying to fly everywhere. Yeah. Well, I ended up with 24 metal scraps. It's a little something.
I have 31 on me.
Okay. Combined, that's not bad.
currently being stared at by my dog. She's demanding.
She demanding treats. Did I say the magic word?
Well, she already has some. That's the thing. That she's not eating.
Not eating treats?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Is everything okay?
Well, actually, she was a little sick earlier.
No.
Raggy. If anybody's got pickaxes, there's 3 cages here that need to. There's begging to be destroyed.
Oh yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I don't know what happened to my fucking pickaxe.
Hello? Why can't I
I
target
feel
the actual
naked without it.
cage? Weird. I mean, these drop 3 metal scraps each. That's pretty nice. Just got to go to a place that has a lot of cages. Like a sex dungeon.
Okay, so she did eat her treats. She just wanted more.
I know that feeling. Luna and I are on the same wavelength. These barricades look like they would have metal in them, but they don't.
Rude.
Right?
How much metal do you need and what are you using it for?
I don't know. I just noticed we were low on metal scrap. It's not like I was out here sanctioning 100 metal scraps for a specific cause or anything like that.
I see.
I was just trying to make something and it was like, oh, this requires nails. And I was like, oh, I'll make nails. And then I noticed, oh, I have 14 metal scrap to make nails with. Well, what if I want to make a whole bunch of furniture, right? Like every bookshelf, every table, like everything requires nails to nail it all together. And I was like, you know what? Might be smart to go on the nail quest.
Oh, you built a bridge.
Huh? Oh, you're already back.
Yeah, I had to go back and get a thing. Pickaxe.
Yeah, this probably needs some sort of love. It looks like okay, but I think it needs, what it needs is stuff on the sides to give it some retaining wall or something. Give it a little more substance. So it looks a little bit naked right now. But I like the overall visual of the old roads going underneath. I figure in most places the old roads are going to be fine without having like a significant arch, but I factored and refactored this particular area and I was like, it's really going to need like an arcing bridge no matter what. Arching bridge. And then I wanted to bring the road basically almost all the way to the cave that that leads into MLT. And probably pave the cave too.
Oh,
out
yeah.
here, because it's just a dirt road coming off this, so I don't feel as preservational about the funny dirt paths around here as I do with the sort of like old it's not like a cobblestone, but the old stone roads that are kind of tan. You can't remake those in any way. We don't have this crafting block.
Right.
So, and they usually do interesting diagonals. So I feel even more preservational about leaving them be and just sort of building around them.
I agree. Until they one day, if they do it, I'm sure they will eventually. But introduce I guess the building material for these roads. I
Yeah.
think we should definitely leave them.
Yeah. It would add
Yeah, that would be nice.
it would add some significant charm and diversity to the roads to keep these here. It would keep some semblance of resembling the area that this place used to be for people to be able to follow the roads here too. But
Yeah.
I think it would also be really cool at some point down in
You
the
are my
future.
dad.
Oh, it's
You're my dad. Woogie,
Moss.
woogie, woogie.
Well, hello. Everyone's dad is here.
Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf.
Thank you for the lurk support. I was gonna say is I think it'd be really cool to build up to the edge of the road though, like everywhere. Basically make all the roads feel crowded, like probably as a start. I don't know if I'd go off and start building in the middle of fields and grasses everywhere. First, I'd probably
Yeah.
build against all the roads. It's kind of how towns work and originally first, right? You think
Yeah.
about how the Wild West towns are built. There's like one main thoroughfare, and you got all the big buildings right up against that road, and then stuff starts to percolate out, pull away from there over time. This is already looking pretty cool at the ground level. I've flown past her so many times, but I haven't really like wandered around and
Yeah, eventually these will have doors and actual windows, not just holes in the thing. I don't know about, and then decorating the interior that's way down the line.
yeah. All in time. Well, hello, robot. You're my boy, D. Well, thank you. I appreciate the comment. You are my robot. Robot. I, for one, welcome our evil robot overlords.
Oh, that's where I left off.
Do you have an idea of how you would like to see the different districts sort of pan off of the central ritzy area too? Obviously, the building blocks that you're using, this is, money, mercantile, maybe high living or whatever, or like your yeah, I'd say, but you're in the heart of the city, so you're right at the middle. Probably the most expensive places to live would be here.
Yeah.
Do you foresee where you'd like to go as far as like where shanty towns and small middle class living and
I had thought about putting the slums on this side somewhere. Or all over here, maybe. Although this is kind of like this is prime real estate. Look at that view.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Maybe slums up against like really ritzy places. Like, could you do prime real estate looking into the shroud and then slums? Well, I don't know. Wonder if there's a way to manage something that looks like that. We could also do a district that's kind of like Main Street USA, where it's like meager shops on the bottom floor and then like apartments on the upper areas. Start to get some more verticality.
Yeah.
It's Brittany, bitch.
Somebody, I don't know who built this. Somebody started.
Oh, this is I think this is Cypher.
I think Lady Nico might have to either confirm or.
Okay.
I almost want to say it was Cloudy.
Oh, has he been on?
There's a time when a time when I was super addicted to this game and left the server open pretty much 24/7, and he came in like super late, I think late at night. He said, I stopped by in your server. It looks pretty fucking cool." So I don't think I should probably let him know this is up now. I totally forgot to let him know. And then You can come and go as you please. Lurking in the shadows. Times Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf.
Troa says, I need a boydie. That's it. I've actually dad joked. My youth is over. Thank you for the lurk. I'll catch you on the other side, Troa. Troa has taken advantage of the custom intro message and audio visual in a really cool way. I really like the intro that he put together. I was pressing up against this cliff here, and I was able to see under the world. Now I can't do it. Now that I'm trying to do it, I can't do it. I did it like twice, so I could see like inside. Robot says there's a Nico and a Lady Nico. Is there a robot Nico? Are you taking applications?
We are taking applications.
Oh, we have to hold that thought. He's in ads right now.
What about... I don't know. Wait a second. How much room do we have on the west side of the bank? Actually, wait. I think Lady Nico's going to build her place there.
Oh, okay. So maybe we'll hold off. How far does this go? Where's my... Okay. To here. That's not bad. It's a pretty sizable chunk. Even got a little bit of shroud over here. Some tiny shroud puff. Maybe make like some weird dark church.
Oh, yeah.
Just on the the very edge of town. Okay. Nico, the question, now that everybody's back from ads, are you taking applications for a robot Nico?
Absolutely. Though I do have Nico botting.
Uh-oh.
It's my Twitch bot.
Yeah. So you've got some competition. You're going to need to, show up.
But it's just a bot. So it's not a robot. It's just a bot.
Mm-hmm. This part is kind of low, but still fine. I was thinking if they ever introduce mounts, we may have to be mindful about keeping these places relatively simple that go over the old roads, because we might have to tear them up and put a bridge.
Yeah.
If riding on a horse adds height to your dude.
As I'm sure it will.
Hmm.
To save room for a stable.
That too. It might just be nice to have a stable, period.
Yeah.
I think that might just be a nice idea.
Man, let's see. Where would we put it?
We should probably have sort of a district that is kind of like services. It would look like storehouses for food and industry, places where things would get manufactured. Kind of like the rough part of town where things get like smelly and messy, and so you wouldn't really build houses there.
I wouldn't terribly mind doing this, but these buildings here...
Yeah.
What if we moved them closer to the shroud area, the shroud side?
Yeah.
And then made this central area, I don't know, we could maybe businesses, maybe slums, maybe both. The seedy downtown area.
We could do both. We could basically just leave what's here as sort of like mercantile. And then all around it, all cropped up around it, were slums. Like the place grew a little bit too fast, and the city didn't put enough money in for good infrastructure, so they had like an old town where somebody cared very deeply, and then there was just a population boom, and people put up a bunch of shitty stuff. And it's all like shanty town in between these big buildings. I know some places that are kind of like that. You know, it's like it's the older buildings definitely look like they were well thought out, and then it sort of got overcrowded with a bunch of garbage squished in between.
What about the fancy bank, though?
That.
Like, what do we build around the bank?
Whoops. What's usually around banks? That's a good question. Where do banks usually live in cities? I'm not sure that I have an answer for that. I mean, not modern cities. Modern cities are boring, and banks are just like next to Arby's or whatever. But in old times, I feel like a bank would be, you know, something kind of prominent. And you know, actually, you know what this should be right in this area? Maybe to the south of the bank would be like a city hall. Yeah.
We should have a courthouse.
Yeah, like this should be the seat of the town is around this area, and this main stretch that goes east-west that we're on right now should be like the municipal, you know, the functions of the city, everything that's like political and legal and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Robot says, if NicoBot were to mysteriously, quote-unquote, disappear, will there be a spot open?
Wonder how you're going to make him disappear, though.
Is that where you pick up hookers? Oh, in the CD district? Of course. Yeah, we need like a red light district. If they introduce red...
Like, they have to.
Red lanterns, red luminous blocks, or whatever. We definitely have to have ourselves a red light zone. And then what would all this be over here? There's like so much. What we need to connect up to Kelvin in a meaningful way too. Like I think it would be really cool to have it such that when you leave Fort Kelvin, you don't even know. You know what I mean? Like unless you know the vanilla game by heart, you're just walking through and you just get this feeling of, I don't know, yeah, this town just keeps going and going and going.
Well, that means we're gonna have to build on this little area, this little cliff.
Probably. So I think it would be meaningful to talk to everybody and get them to really nail down where they're gonna put their projects. You know, we already know where us three are. We know Oz is edified and hers is mostly underground. Okumu's got her place staked out.
Wait, where's Okumu? She's up top, right?
She's north of us past the tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got Oz over there. You know she fixed her digging problem?
I know she started, and then just the nature of how incredibly tedious it was, she kind of noped out for a while. And tonight, the girl gaming group were all like, Oz, we haven't played with you in a long time. So she's, you know, doing some social connecting there. Because, yeah, this is like a whole other depth that you have to go down to avoid hitting that surface over there. And I think she knows what she has to do, and it's just so much. It's, oh yeah, this is the new depth.
Oh wow.
So she did all of this, and then she's like, oof. Because she already did it up above, you know? She already did the whole project. Or I guess that's not the whole project region, but she got started on a pretty substantial amount of it, and then realized she wasn't going to stay. She wasn't going to be underground. How do you... There we go. Yeah, eventually. If she has time to come on during the week, I might come down here and help her out just with the tedious part. Because honestly, yeah, it's super annoying, and I don't blame her for feeling daunted. And I built most of mine above ground, so I cheesed out and did not do all the digging and everything. Have you given thought to what you want to do with the upper cliff areas too?
I lost is up there now. I actually had thought about building an actual home, because what I have built already is more like a workshop,
Right, a sweatshop.
sweatshop. And then when they introduce multiple instances of the NPCs,
Yeah. Oh.
the crafters specifically, that's where they're gonna go.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, I need to build an actual home for myself. And I've been on this Star Trek kick. And in the I wouldn't say the original series, the Next Generation TV show, Picard had his chateau and vineyard,
Mm. Mhm.
and the house itself was a Tudor style home. But later in the Picard series, he goes back to his chateau, and they're actually using in that series they're using an existing winery in Sonoma County. I can't remember the name of it. Otherwise, I'd look it up. But I kind of want to base it off of what that looks like.
Yeah.
And it's the same sort of building materials as the bank,
Okay.
but a little less of the Wells block.
Sure.
But it's like that sandstone sort of look,
Yeah.
like a Tuscan style.
Is that the entrance to the catacombs over on that side? I don't spend enough time in the higher parts of our
It
build
is.
area. Okay. And we're this side of that. Oh, I see. I can see the build area. Wow, I didn't realize we went so far to the southwest. We've got like a whole other corner down there that we could put, I don't know, some kind of small district against the roads here.
Mm-hmm.
Some small buildings that line and start out the entrance of the village from that area. You can
Yeah.
basically go to the tower over there and start your journey through our town from this corner.
You know,
Hmm.
this could hold on. This could almost be a what was I going to say? We were just talking about the stables.
Oh yeah, I mean having stables like near where you would leave a town would also make a lot of sense. Saddle up
Yeah,
and
it
sorry, go ahead.
said, yeah, I dig it.
What would be also really cool, I don't know how you guys feel about how much of the natural land is up for grabs to build, but there's so much like vertical cliff face. Can you imagine if we built all the way up and down it and made like recessed buildings with like ladders and stairs that connect up a bunch of like, what do you call it, like Pueblo sort of build, but we could probably soup it up to make it more look like Dwarven than Pueblo.
Yeah.
But like the whole cliff face just being like littered with domiciles and businesses and hangouts and cafes and whatever.
That would be dope.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Kind of like how the Pillars of Creation build was sort of that sort of direction.
Absolutely. Where like all three of us were like, yes, let's populate this cliff edge and start to make it look. Although we left it kind of rough. Like I think we were more focusing on how it looks when you get in there versus like actually smoothing out the cliff wall itself and just turning it into the edge of a build.
Yeah. It's funny. This is all hillside until I dug it all out.
Oh wow. It wasn't vertical like the rest?
Oh no, this is you kind of see where the stairs are.
Uh-huh.
The hill kind of, I mean, it was all the way across.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm
straight.
starting to see here.
and I actually used the pickaxe for all of it because I wanted the stone.
Wow. That's a lot of digging.
It was. I needed something to do while I worked.
True. True.
Although these last couple of weeks have been a little bit too busy for that shit.
Dude, yeah, I was telling Lost this last week is handing my ass to me. Whoa.
I wish these glowed brighter. Or
Which
no,
ones?
that's the wrong terminology. Though these sort of lampposts.
Oh, that they actually put off light.
Yeah, or
They
had a higher illumination.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, they're good for like tracking where you are because you can see them from very, very far away.
Right.
But they're not actually throwing light down on the ground at all. Looks like.
Yeah, I get more from my wand.
Sure. I mean, the moon right now is casting more light. But just the fact that, well, it's not the real world. I was gonna be like, the luminous blocks even cast a shadow. That's how dark they actually are. And realized, that's a. We are playing a game. You can only be so choosy with how the shadow engine was built. You've got some options here. The main road is kind of higher than your area. Do you think you would connect the two, or would you like wall this liminal space between you guys? Wall it off.
I had actually thought about connecting this with the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Making a little small staircase down rather than this retaining wall.
Mm-hmm.
And then doing something here as well.
I've thought about connecting to the main road from my mansion with like double doors and like a gate. So not like a thing that locks you from just jumping over it. It wouldn't be like a full like wall or anything, but kind of like a Japanese torii gates sort of level of defense, which is to say none.
Yeah.
It's just like the idea of now you're walking through a portal, so that means you are in a different area. You're not just going on the same road again for a while. Hello. Fun fact, the texture of an object glowing is different from the point that actually emits light, and they're often two entirely different objects. In case you didn't know, I was a game designer, so...
Oh, really? Oh, I did know that.
Yeah. How did you do these tiny luminous blocks here on this platform? I mean, obviously, they're not tiny blocks. They're...
Oh, no, it's the same block. So, yeah, what I did, I took the construction hammer and just right-clicked a hole in the ground
Mm-hmm.
and then stuck it in that hole. That's literally it. The way, because they're so tiny, or the way to make them look tiny is actually what this building material is, the stone, refined stone block, I think is what it's called.
Oh, yeah.
It has a very wide trim, is that the word? Yeah, it gives it this crown molding sort of look.
Yeah.
It's very broad, so it takes up more space than other blocks do.
Interesting. Looks cool.
Yeah, I actually had lampposts here, but I stood pretty far away, and I was like, that is way too many lampposts.
Yeah. Seeing your place from far away is really interesting. We're at the Revelwood Spire, and I looked over and I was like, what's that weird thing over there? That's Nico's place.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I've ever done that.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been taking in different angles of our town, and it's crazy how far away you can see things, because the world really isn't as big as it feels when you're running around in it. Yeah, see? There you are. At least on
That's
my screen,
crazy.
3 glowing white dots off in the distance.
What are the 3 glowing white dots?
I don't know.
You know, I'm gonna glide down as it gets closer.
Sure.
Now let's see.
It says often the light emitters are cut for frame rate / quality, whereas the texture is usually less GPU intensive. That makes sense. That makes sense. You can also see my place really clearly, and you can also see Lost's floating house really,
Oh yeah.
really clearly over the shroud behind it.
Oh, that's bizarre.
So I have a really bright red glowy thing off in the distance. I'm curious what glows so red past our town. So I see what 2 of the... Oh, I know what that is. That's,
The windowsill.
Yeah, I know what your glows are. Right where you're standing. The red is... What is this place called? Surat's Rest. I forget what you get there. There's a matron fight there. There's a tower with treasure. There's a building block you get there from a jumping puzzle.
There's a wand. It's a very rare spawn in one of the chests. It's not even a gold chest, but you can still get it. And I gave up farming there.
Mm-hmm.
I never got it. It was that rare, and I farmed all the chests so much.
Yeah, so I feel like what these luminous blocks are a texture and not a light emitter at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their texture just doesn't respond to like the shaders of the world. So you have right now everything should be bathed in some extra dark filtering, and they're devoid of the filter. But they don't have, there's no, what did I call it? No emitter attached to them. So weird because they're the same class of block as those blue luminous blocks, which are like casting amazing light on your base. You can see it shining in every recess against the walls. They really play so well, and yet you can't see any of the blue from the Revelwood Spire. You can only see the white. That's weird too.
I think I want to get rid of some of these.
More of the torches
Some of these
or lampposts or whatever.
lamppost things. Yeah.
That's what I meant to call them. It says sometimes the emitter can get detached from the glowing object, so then the shadows are completely off. Oh no. I mean, it sounds evident when that's a problem, exactly what you're facing. I was going to say that there's something that I've been working on in my house that I want you to sort of organically stumble across. But I like how it's going so far enough that I'd be willing to just take you there.
Sure.
And not have you organically find it on your own later on down the road. I don't know how often people come and peek into my place anyway, so... It's in the basement.
There's no basement in the Alamo.
I have an Alamo. Not being Texan, I know very little about the Alamo. I know I'm supposed to remember it, but I don't know why.
Everything I know about the Alamo, I learned from Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
As in, there's no basement.
As in, there's no basement.
So this is the
basement?
Basement. If you want to, I'll let you lead.
I remember going to the Alamo once.
Do I have I don't have a torch? What the hell? What? What is this? Is this your workshop?
Nope.
No, it's a bar.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's a start. I made a stage here so that when they introduce musical instruments, we can hop up on stage and play.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, I've never seen the ceilings. The bone ceilings.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Bone block ceilings, rather. Yeah, these are really cool. What the hell? Dude, this is fucking tight. I
Yeah,
like it.
if this bar existed in the real world, I would be here all the time.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this corner yet, but maybe make a booth. I think every good bar needs a place where you can have like a quiet, chill space with, you know,
Mm-hmm.
get away from the rest of the main thoroughfare of the bar and just chat face to face with somebody. But I wanted to keep this part bathed in darkness so that it's not evident that it's there at all, and
Yeah.
probably fill this side with more like barrels and crates and stuff. So it's like it's a visual draw, and you sort of ignore the other half of the basement for having been
Mhm.
bathed in darkness. That room is, where's my thing? Oh, it's on my phone. You're in the playroom. That room is the study. Let's probably put some more books in here and tables and chairs and stuff. It's gonna
This
be
looks really good.
a ballroom, so dancing, if they ever do dancing emoji or emotes, not emoji. Be nice if they had like the orchestrion sort of thing. Could plant it here and just have music playing in this room all the time.
I wonder how they're gonna work permissions.
Right. Like for all this work, imagine somebody else just coming in here and just be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna equip my hammer and start removing everything."
Mm-hmm. Punching holes and stuff just for funsies.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling up lanterns because they want to use them in their
Oh
own.
yeah, you've got a bunch of
properties.
lanterns. I need lanterns.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, you have iron fucking windows. I want iron windows.
right.
Yeah. It's really well done, dude.
Thank you. Still have a lot of
Really
decorating to
well
do to
done.
really make it feel like a home, but I think the overall layout's pretty much done. I know I don't have like a whole lot of decoration blocks, so I kind of got to figure out what to do with what we have. I'm gonna do some landscaping to the outside too.
Maybe it's a lost. I haven't seen his place in a while.
Mm-hmm. Let's go visit. I noticed you've been working on your staircase that looked like it was going to be a headache,
Oh yeah.
and it looks fantastic. Yeah, I
Oh
think
wow.
making it in this sort of like strange curvature, as frustrating as I'm sure it was while you were putting it together, the result is really cool. This has a very macabre feel.
Wait, is this my mycelium block?
The
The stairs?
flooring here is, but the stairs is Weatherstone block.
Oh, right.
I'm actually replacing all the mycelium blocks with Weatherstone now.
Nice.
Do you know how high up you can build here?
Pretty high. I did test it a while back. I could definitely go quite a bit higher than this.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you've got a lot of room to grow. You can make a really massive structure. Or wide. Or both. I don't see the top of this at all.
You also want to go this way and like make this part of my my area, I guess. I'm slowly getting some ideas on how I'm going to go up with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I know what I'm going to do. But it is a surprise for now.
Okay. Oh, bother.
I have a question for Aya.
Sure.
If you're designing games, right? Does that ever take the joy out of playing other people's games? Or do you analyze them more than you enjoy them?
It's a good question. Aya says, just picturing the club scenes from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Yes. If I could go to a vampire club in real life, I absolutely would. There's probably some in Atlanta. If I did some research. So Aya's answer is, not for me. I love picking them apart to see what they did.
Oh.
You know, I'd feel the same way about, I've never designed a game, but like music. I've studied music theory, been in many professional bands over the course of my life. And I still love listening to what other people do with songs and sort of like, I don't mind deconstructing it and learning about the song in terms of what chords and music theory and beats per minute and all that kind of stuff. It's, if anything, it gives me more appreciation for when somebody really does pour their heart into something and make a creative thing that no one's ever really heard before. Aya says, then again, I can also tell I'm enjoying a game by when I start making spreadsheets for it. Nico and I have no idea what you mean.
I don't understand that amount.
Spreadsheets for a game?
For games? Oh, shit.
Spreadsheets are for work.
I have so many spreadsheets for games.
Yeah, we've made. I think all three of us have.
God, my Red Dead RP spreadsheet has like 6 tabs of all kinds of shit.
Mm-hmm. The first time I really spreadsheet synthesized for a game, I was playing EVE Online. And it was not the sort of game that I ever thought I would play, but Oz has an old friend who got into it really, really hardcore, and he twisted my arm. He didn't twist Oz's arm, he twisted my arm. And he's like, oh dude, it would be amazing, we could get you started. Like I can basically, you know, supercharge your journeys through space. We'll get you to where you want to be and what you want to do as fast as you possibly can. I was like, okay, well, you know, I guess I'll try it out. I ended up falling in love with trading. Imagine any other RPG that you might have played where there's like an auction house, and instead of going out and like fighting bad guys, exploring the world, crafting and building stuff for other people, you just sit at the auction house and you buy stuff and sell stuff. And that is the game for you. That's what I did on EVE Online. I logged in, I would buy things and sell things. And that is it. That is all I would do in the whole game. That's not entirely true. Sometimes I would take my little ship, pray that nobody would watch me do this. I would leave a trade junction, and I'd fly my tiny sorry-ass ship with no defenses and no weapons and go to another trade hub. Trade auction houses. But I made crazy money in that game, and I got investors. Like, I had angel investors giving me money and I was making reports for them showing their return on investment over time. Like, this is how many ISK you've put in me, and this is how much ISK you can expect at the end of the month, that sort of thing. So stupid. So many spreadsheets. It says, oh yeah, definitely love me some sheets. I did some for Fallout 4, Fire Emblem 3 houses, House Flipper just for recent ones. I could see a game like House Flipper. You're basically a mercantile nerd like I am. Or like I was in that game, in Eve. Alright. So I think my intent was to make some bookshelves this evening. Maybe I'll actually get on that. Although I am drawn, looking at Kelvin, to think about what we could do there too.
See you later. You still here?
Lost, did you give me metal scrap? I have more than...
No. I think I meant to.
I'm
I
sitting
forgot
on
about it.
more than I
Yeah.
thought that I initially looted. I've heard some folks do get disillusioned with media when they study them, but I just find I appreciate it even more knowing how much work went into them. I feel that way too. Nico and I have talked for a long time about the potential of having more streams where we go into like analysis, critical review on stuff. So like movies, shows, music, food, like pretty much anything where you can, you know, sit down and sort of discuss your opinion on things and agree or argue or whatever it is, you know, just get into those conversations where we can all sort of pull together and toss ideas around. I don't think there's anything that necessarily minimizes the feeling of appreciation that you have when you really do go into that deeper analysis. If anything, it makes it, for me, a stronger sense of, you know, I really put a deep critical thought upon this, and I still love it. And the fact that it stands the test of my criticism or critique just makes it even better, right? Probably a few of these. I feel like the other ones are too dark for the dark walls. It says, like, I've heard folks talk about the draw distance in this game, but I noticed that actually its LODs are stunning and so seamless. Yeah, really. That's something I pay attention to in a lot of games, and some games I feel like it works, but it's silly if you pay too much attention to it. In this game, if you look from really, really far away, I feel like everything is managed very, very nicely. And they had to. They had to, because there are certain places like, let me go to this spire over here. Any game where they feel confident enough to put you up, very high up from the rest of the world. And these are, you know, where you port in, and then you can kind of look down upon the world. They had to figure out how are the voxels going to render from far away, what gets dropped, what doesn't get dropped, or are there, you know, how close do you see foliage, what does the foliage look like, how are shadows rendered from this far away. You know, they're thinking about all this kind of stuff. And then naturally, because the glider system in the game, you look at something and then you actually glide your way into it. So unlike a lot of games where they sort of hide the journey of how things render in and get deeper and deeper detail, Enshriiiiine encourages that you're staring at it the whole time. And does that mean you get to see different load states for all the, you know, buildings and trees and everything? Absolutely. You see it, but it's not jarring. It looks great. It is very seamless and nice. It's not anything groundbreaking compared to other games, but it does it in a very pretty way that some games fail at. I was critical of Cyberpunk because Cyberpunk also has a lot of areas with very high vantage where you can see things like cars and pedestrians and buildings from very far away. And some of their ways to optimize were funny, like actually funny. And a little bit jarring and a little bit drawing you out of the experience. Robot asks, what's the best movie of all time?
They haven't made it yet.
They haven't made it yet. Oh,
Yeah.
Controversial.
Yeah, I'm thinking Fight Club with the original Gone in 60 Seconds car chase and lightsabers with ninjas and pirates.
It's going to have all those
Let's see.
things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say
Okay.
more along
Somewhere in
lines
there,
of
the Starship
Minecraft
Enterprise.
and the Holy Grail.
Wait,
Sorry.
was that last?
Said more along the lines of Monty Python and the Holy Grail for me.
Oh, interesting. I am not a Monty Python fan. The humor doesn't align with things that make me laugh. I actually have in my life a Monty Python effect. And it's happened a number of times in other things that are not Monty Python related, but because Monty was the first the body of work that I've experienced this, that's what I call it. The Monty Python effect is when you grow up not being exposed to a really famous body of work, you know, like Star Wars or trying to think of something that's as big that has as many, or like the Marvel movies or whatever. And your friends all quote it. Like they quote it all the time. They use lines from it in regular conversation. They act out some of the scenes. There's like call and response, and then your other friends know like the punchline or know the thing to say afterwards, and you've still like never seen it. And they're like, "Oh my god, you've never seen this?" So you like grow up to be, you know, 16 to 18 or something. Somebody finally sits you down. They're like, okay, this is going to blow your mind. You're going to watch all of this stuff and you're going to love it. We're going to have a movie marathon. You're going to see like 6 movies or like, you know, 10 seasons of the show, whatever it happens to be. And you finally get that exposure, right? And all you can think about is all of your friends having said all of these dumb things like all the time. Like all you hear is their voices and their impressions of the thing, and you're not seeing it fresh. And I think that's part of what made me dislike Monty Python, because I knew all the punchlines and they were just like watching the actual movies and show was just like listening to a bunch of my friends quoting it over and over.
Yeah, that would make sense. It is a very heavily quoted film
Yeah.
all across the board.
When I first saw Mitch Hedberg, he's like a stoner comedian guy. Really funny. Like silly, like one-liner stoner comedy sort of guy. All I could think about were my 2 friends that used to quote him all the time. I was like, dude, he sounds just like them. This married couple that used to go back and forth with his lines all the time. Like, he sounds just like them. Like, oh, wait, no. They've been doing Mitch Hedberg impressions as long as I've known them. Aya says, you can appreciate an old idea done very well. Absolutely. Games, music, movies, it can be classic, and if it's done well, it doesn't have to be innovative, I think, to be enjoyed. Evil Robot says, I am Jack's profound awe. Good answer. I appreciate that the Fight Club fandom has decided to name the main character Jack because of that book that they're sitting there reading. You know, I am Jack's inflamed appendix or whatever. And so they're like, you know what? He never has a name. We'll just call him Jack. There's another movie in that same vein. I think it was Layer Cake. Did you ever see that one, Nico? I think you've watched a number of these movies with me.
Some Bond's guy name. What's his name? Why am I drawing a blank?
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name either. But I remember at the very end of the movie, he says something like, you don't even know my name. And then it dawns on you, like, you've watched this whole movie and he's never said his name. Nobody's ever referred to him by his name. You're like, oh, shit.
It's really killing me that I can't remember his name. I went to go Google it, but I have a controller in my hand and I want to put the controller down.
I know the feeling. I don't like alt-tabbing out of Enshrouded. Aya says, I have to categorize my bests. Real life movie, probably Princess Bride, apparently. Princess Bride's a good choice. Good, solid choice. 2D animation, Prince of Egypt. I don't think I've ever seen that one.
It's good. It's I don't want to get religious on people, but the stories, some of the stories, well, actually, let me back up a little bit. I've been watching, we used to watch with TJ these the series of what's it called? It's like the forensic science disproving certain religious, specifically Christian beliefs and stories from the Bible. And I was raised Catholic, but then stopped going and almost went atheist in my later teens, early 20s. And then, but TG is like, she's Christian. And she robot. But anyway, we found this thing and this documentary where they're debunking and trying to find evidence of anything, to find if there's any truth to what's in the Bible. And after watching that, it actually kind of opened my eyes to the fact that there was some dude. Now, I don't know if he was, you know, whatever. This person who had these, I don't know, holy powers.
Yeah.
Or if he came back from the dead, because, you know, if you came back from the dead, like, wouldn't you be a zombie? But the point I'm trying to make is that the stories in the Bible, while some are a bit far-fetched, I think a lot of them, some of them, I don't know how many of them, but some of them could have been true. Like the whole Noah's Ark thing.
Right.
They said the world was flooded and blah, blah. Their world was very small. Like, I don't know if they realized how big the world was, but if there was a big flood and all you knew of your world was the size of what you now know as your neighborhood, then, you know.
Very true.
That would make sense. But the Prince of Egypt, that story makes a lot of sense. Like, historically, that could have happened. Like, a lot of stuff, the people, and even one of the episodes I was watching was the science behind those the disasters, and the splitting of the Red Sea and how the tides and the moon and how, you know, how that all works. Probably is what they saw, and how it's translated in the Bible. And I found it really interesting. And I saw that movie as a kid, and then watched it recently after watching that documentary, and it watching it from different perspectives is I found it very interesting. And Prince of Egypt is, I mean, the animation is pretty good. Correct me if I'm wrong, Aya, but I don't It's not a Disney movie, is it?
Hmm. Good question. Also, to finish Aya's message there. But 3D animation, Rise of the Guardians. I don't know what that one is.
DreamWorks. Yeah, DreamWorks. Okay. Well, Prince of Egypt is a good movie. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend at least watching it once.
Okay.
I will definitely have to check it out.
And then let me see here. I can understand not liking the religious background for Prince of Egypt, but that movie is so gorgeously drawn and sung. Oh, it's a musical too, huh? Lady Nico says, and then them magically disappearing into the sky after rising from the dead. Yeah. Although that happened with other people too in the Bible. It wasn't just him. Easter is basically zombie Jesus Day. Yeah, I read a really funny meme that said something like, if you think about it, if Jesus came right back after dying for our sins, then what he really just did was like take a weekend off for our sins. Rise of the Guardians is a silly movie about Jack Frost teaming up with Santa, the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, etc. But the textures and the frost shaders make me drool. Nice.
Wait, what was the owl movie? That's what I always thought you meant.
Owl movie?
Yeah, there's a CG movie about owls, and there were some sort of guardians of something.
I don't know.
And then what's the name of oh god, Jared Leto's band? What's his?
Oh,
He did like the
30 Seconds to Mars.
yeah, he did like some song that for that movie. It was like the main song or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Like I want to say Guardians of O'Doul, but isn't O'Doul's like a alcoholless beer?
I think so. Yeah. We used to serve it at the last bar I worked at, but when I say used to serve it, I mean we had it to serve, but nobody ever bought it. Guardians of Ga'Hoole is the owls.
That's the one.
Interesting. And Robot says Jesus had a 3-day respawn. Must have had terrible lag back then. Nice. All right, I want some small, good chairs, and some small tables to sit at. Side table, maybe? Let's try that.
Watch it.
I think I know this song because I think I remember hearing 30 Seconds to Mars, who I used to be a really big fan of, on TV and seeing some animated owls. And I was like, why are there owls? I'm hearing my favorite band and I'm seeing animated owls on screen. I'm confused. It's so dark in here. They are very pretty owls, though. I did some extensive research to try to find out anything about the owl from Labyrinth, but there's almost no research on it. The only thing, or almost no, not research is not the right word. There's almost no information on that particular CG. The only thing I could find is that it's thought that the owl is maybe one of the first like really nicely rendered CG animals or CG pieces of art in the history of cinema. Like preceded a lot of other stuff.
Huh.
And was actually good. You know, there's some like really crappy, kind of lulzy, funny sort of looking stuff. I know a lot of people have memories of what's the Dire Straits song, "Money for Nothing," where there's like animated delivery workers and they look really wonky and weird. Know what I'm talking about?
I'm trying.
I used to watch a ton of MTV when I was little. It was like one of the first music videos that was ever on the air, too. I says, I always remember that the first fully 3D rendered TV show was Reboot. I always
Oh my
wanted
God,
to
that's
get into
true.
Reboot. I know a lot of people were big fans, and it made me want to be a fan, but I kept like missing the show or something, or timing was off. I don't know why.
What's funny is I'm a massive Transformers fan,
Uh-huh.
and I don't know if you ever saw, but Transformers Beast Wars.
I never saw it.
It was the same studio that did Reboot. That was, I believe, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was their next project after Reboot. And it started off the first couple of seasons were of the Beast Wars was it's all right, but it got really good like season 3 is when it started to get really good.
Mhm.
And but I never saw Reboot. But after watching Transformers, I'm like, oh, I mean, I remember seeing like clips of it and commercials for it, but
Mhm.
the animation now is, I mean, looking at it now, like, what the
Yeah. I don't think it was ever really about like, you know, watch this for how amazing they were able to do the art. The art was
Yeah.
whatever for the time. I think they even knew it, but
Yeah.
but I've heard that what people are diehard about is that the story was there, which is surprising because it looks like the type of show that just leans on like, hey, look what we can do with technology.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about how good or bad the story is. Please just focus on the fact that we can do this with our computers. But
Yeah.
the big fandom came from like they did a really good job writing. And wasn't that the same with Beast Wars too? Like, yeah, it was Transformers, but people thought that the
story was good.
show was really written like really well.
It was.
So many things that, you know, if I had infinite time, I'd be curious to check out. Still can't sit in it. There are just certain orientations of chairs that are like, they make it impossible to sit. I have been pedantic about the way I place every chair in my mansion so that it is sittable.
Well, I mean, why would you have a chair that you can't sit in? That makes no sense.
Tell that to the first few releases of Enshriiiiine. Yeah. Let's put one closer to here.
The PS1 game, Beast Wars.
Oh yeah, let me catch up with chat here. Beasties up in Canada, also Mainframe Studios. So many inside jokes in Reboot that I adore after I learned 3D animation. Oh, like jokes of the trade. If you know the trade, then you know what you're talking about, know what they're talking about, sort of thing. Last season of Reboot was cool. Enzo becomes a badass at the PS1 game. I didn't even know there was a game. I'd imagine it'd be crazy game potential for a show like that.
So back when I worked at the GFL, the Games for Less, we had a couple used copies of Reboot, and just I know you're not supposed to judge a book or a game by its cover, but how was that game? I'm not gonna bash it because I never played it, but so Robot, how was that game? Was it as good as the show?
It says Fong is named after the shiny shader he is textured with. Clever. Very clever. I think I want. How do you make those oil lamps?
Oh, that's the carpenter.
I always forget who's got what. Clay. I think I used up all my clay. These are 5 comfort? Holy cow.
Oh yeah.
They're just a clay lamp. Who'd we lose?
Probably lost.
Oh, bummer.
To the AF.
I was muted for too long.
Oh, okay.
Lost, gain a lost.
Sometimes his
too busy
lost is our
concentrating
gain.
on the wall.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was too busy concentrating on my wall. I was too
Oh.
focused on it.
While I'll be... Oh, sorry, that was a really bad joke. Robot says, it was actually pretty fun. You play as Bob and Hoover around with blasters. Good fluidity. I like a fluid game. That's important to me. Oh, sorry, I'm reading that when you can't tell that I'm reading it. It says, Reboot has one of my favorite episodes of TV ever. Wizards, Warriors, and a word from our sponsor. D&D spoof. Nice. I like that I read that during a word from our sponsor, too. Right, I'm on the wrong level. It's hard to do this in the dark. Yeah, I was just saying during the ads, Robot, I like a game with good fluidity. That really sells a franchise. If the game sucks, it can sour my impression of everything. But I've also played games from franchises I never thought I would because the game is so good. Like, it doesn't even matter that I'm not really a fan of the thing if they just did such a fantastic job. I went over to a friend's house who had Genesis before my family could ever afford something like a Sega Genesis. And it was an older system at the time too, so we're not talking about like Genesis just came out, you know. I'm watching him play a game called Quackshot.
Yeah.
Not Crackshot, Quackshot. Quackshot features Donald Duck. It is a Disney game, and you play. It's basically an Indiana Jones game, but instead of Indiana Jones, you're stuck with Donald. And of course, there's even a mechanic to the game where he goes on his usual Donald rage, where he's like cussing and throwing his fists, and he's mad and he hurts enemies that way. Like it's a Disney game, and with the name Quackshot, you might think, shot, that is there shooting involved? And it turns out you're not just Donald, you're Donald with a gun. Indy had a gun after all, right? So Donald has a gun, but they can't make a Disney game with just with a pistol in it. So your gun shoots plungers, because why not? And the plungers stick to things too, and you can't actually kill enemies, so the plungers just stun enemies so that nobody actually dies on the screen. So you're stunning enemies with plunger gun. And I'm looking at this game and I'm just like, okay, so you've got this Disney game with Donald Duck. That's really cute, I guess. But while I watched him play it, I realized this game's fucking awesome. Quackshot is like one of the best games the Genesis ever had. It was fantastic. It was so good that eventually when I begged my family long enough and enough of them pulled together to buy me a Genesis, I then asked for Quackshot because I wanted to own the game so I could shoot the plunger gun at the enemies. Like, it was really good and really fluid and well done game for being a
So it was all it was quacked up to be.
nah. Is Quackshot where Donald shoots plungers? I have a vague memory of this game. Check it out. Yeah, go watch a Let's Play. Maybe I'll play it someday on stream. Go back to my roots. It was really good.
Yeah, I'm sure I have that on my recall box, my Pi.
Mhm.
I have to check it out. I don't think I've ever played that.
It's one of those games that's definitely a like a sleeper, you know? You would not expect it to be good. And then it's actually fantastic.
Okay, I need more lights in here.
That's exactly where I was thinking. Because I was trying to mess with making a library. That's entirely too dark. But being too dark is, you know, I think part of like old libraries. When you think about who sat in libraries back in the day, you're like, oh, you know, people that like go blind over time because they're poring over old tomes by poor candles. Poorly lit rooms. It says I have a core memory of this weird DOS microphone game with a talking parrot. If it picks up words, it repeats them. But if it doesn't, it'll just go, don't talk nonsense. That sounds like something a DOS game would do. How are you supposed to know which side of this book is up? It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I remember Commander Keen.
Commander
a fun one.
Keen?
Part of waking up is in your cup.
Old platformer shooter type on DOS.
Oh. Hi, Kit. How we doing? Kit says, who had enough money for books and candles? Only the elite. Only the nerds. Not everybody has nerd money. All right. Looks pretty good. Now it's starting to look like a library. It needs a lot more books, but hey, it's got structure. You would not walk into this room and think it is a kitchen. Getting there. Not sure what to do with the other rooms to really sell their point. The dining room is just... I thought these plates and everything would be a lot smaller. This ends up looking so cluttered. But I also kind of want to leave it because it really screams like sit here and eat. Or maybe it was Windows 95. Commander Keen? I don't know.
Yeah, Commander Keen was a DOS game.
Oh, okay. Kit says I spend my nerd money on more books and collectibles. I like books. We have a really rigorous library. We're talking, Oz and I, to possibly turn our living room into sort of like a dark academia kind of feel. Like those green lanterns, kind of like old astrology themes on the walls and ceiling and that kind of stuff. And lots of like shelves for books, just sort of, you know, feel like just a really like cool kind of like magical study space kind of thing. So yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. Collectibles, not so much. I don't like things that collect dust. And after I've used to buy collectibles, and then I would just never look at them after I put them up on a shelf. And so I feel like I've black pilled out the other end of being a collector of things. But we do like candles. We spend money on candles. I mean, not a lot of money. We go to really cheap places and get those like little tea candles for like 5 cents a piece in a big bag. huge bulk bag of them.
I was a huge collector. Oh my god.
I mean, I've seen your place.
Did you go through my closets and stuff? Did you see all that shit and maybe on the stairs too?
I go through your closets. I mean, I would have, but I stopped myself. I that's something that I might do on like my 4th or 5th time over to your place.
You should do it on your second time over. You find all kinds of crazy shit.
Okay. I just you know, I try not to get too comfy too fast. Last thing I want is to be ostracized as being that one guy. Like, God, we invited D over, and what did he do? He went straight to the closet. Like, what a creeper.
But yeah, for me it was comic books. It was, I mean, comic books, graphic novels, anything you find at a comic book shop. I don't never did Funko Pop. I think I have like three Funko Pops. But like Evangelion statues, like resin. We've got the Kotobukiya series of a bunch of Star Wars ones. I've got DC, all like the key members of the Justice League. I'm like, I got all this shit. I'm like, ugh, I've been dragging it around everywhere, and I moved like every 2 years since I was 18 or 19.
Wow.
I got way too much shit. I could have bought a motorcycle. I could have been riding motorcycles at
A lot
19
sooner.
versus, yeah. I mean, I would, yeah. 15, 20 years earlier.
Mm-hmm. Are we keeping around all the broken furniture?
No, if it's broken, we can't use it. I would say get rid of it.
Okay. How do you feel about this? If it's broken and there's nothing to replace it, we leave it. But if it's like a broken stool and you can make a stool, you replace it with a stool. Broken table, and you can make a table, replace the table.
Yep. No, I agree.
Okay, that sounds good. Although some of these things, like I'm looking at a broken table that has like an unlit candle on a dish.
We can get rid of that table.
Yeah. I wish we had all these stoves and everything that their kitchens have. Although I can make an oven and place it in my kitchen. My kitchen needs an oven. That requires more.
I like that stove that's in there.
Right? Like,
I wish we could make them.
just makes sense. They don't have to be usable. If they're a decor item in the game, I want to be able to make them too. I don't just want to stare at them in somebody else's build and LARP in their house. Sounds amazing. Do it. Tell you what, Kit, if we get like internet rich, internet famous, we become big content creators and we're really pulling in the money that we can renovate a house with, we'll do it on live stream. I'll start live streaming from the living room and you can see the step-by-step process of the dark academia living room come together. I think that'd be actually pretty badass. I'd watch that stream, actually. Robot says, I spent my nerd money on Spawn comics and Magic the Gathering booster packs. Nice. Kid says, if my house burns down, I'm grabbing the Labyrinth film pick signed by David Bowie and Jennifer Connelly. What the heck? Nice.
Yeah, man.
Forget family albums or jewelry. It says video games and dark sparkly nail polish for me. I'm a fan of the nail polish too. We've got a nail polish budget in this household.
I'm a video game collector myself.
Oh my god, I have so many consoles and.
Mm-hmm.
Might have some closets full. Of games
Closets
and
full.
stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, a closet. I have a game room in my house, and like, I made the closet in there just like basically shelving for more games.
Nice. Let's do refined wood in here, probably. Oh, can't do it there.
There's a Super Nintendo game. It's Lord of the Rings for Super Nintendo. And
I have that one.
do you?
Yeah.
So we had some guy brought it in to the shop to sell it. I don't think he knew what he had at the time. Nobody did really. I mean, the books had been out for obviously for decades, but like this is before the movies. And he put it up on the shelf, and because it was so rare, he marked it for $65, and it sat there for years.
Oh, wow.
The movies came out, and it disappeared like right after the movies came out. I'm kind of kicking myself for not grabbing it.
Seriously.
I don't even know if it's that good. Is it a good game?
It's not bad. I played it before the movies too, but the problem is it's very far from finished. Like it's supposed to be book one. I don't think it goes all the way through book one.
Okay. Yeah, I know it wasn't the full Lord of the Rings trilogy in one game. I didn't realize it was not even a full Fellowship.
That's
I could be
unfortunate.
wrong. Like I said, I don't remember. It's been so long since I played it, but I remember it not covering everything. So,
Right.
and there only being the first volume. But as it turns out, I accidentally may have gotten a second copy at some point, and so I do have two copies.
What?
If you don't mind not having the book and box with it.
I just want to play it on stream.
There you go.
You know, see how great it really is.
Let me see.
I still have my original Super Nintendo from when I bought it in the. Well, I didn't buy it. My older brother bought it. Actually,
And you ended up with it?
I ended up with it. Yeah.
Nice. Aya says, I also now get to use the reason, cough, excuse, cough, of video games for research. I love that. Ooh, nice loophole. What you're researching? Under NDA, actually. Okay. We'll be polite. We won't prod. But I recently bought a VR headset for reasons. Oh, interessante.
My nephew got a Meta Quest 2 for his birthday. He's fucking 9.
Must be nice. I don't have VR yet.
Me neither. I kind of want one now.
I
Right.
do.
How dare you?
Index.
How dare you?
Lost, I want to visit your state.
I have, and we didn't go say hi, fortunately. But we're also pretty busy with the life event. A wedding. It's one of those things where you kind of wish post-mortem of the situation that your friends that you went to the wedding for were also your friends in Final Fantasy, so that they know Lost and that we all could have hung out. I just want all my friends to know each other.
In all its glory, I sent a photograph.
Wow. It's so clean. Not that mine aren't, but anytime somebody would come in to sell their games, they drop a whole box on the counter. Like, I want to sell these, and like stickers are like half chewed off. like dirt and shit stains all over them.
Oh,
Plastic's
no.
fading. I'm like, come on, man, I can't give you shit for this. I mean, I could give you actual shit for it, but
Wow. Kid says
wonder how much-
reality has been real enough, a bit too real sometimes. This is true. Sometimes I'm just over being in reality.
reality bites.
Yeah, weren't we just talking about that movie last stream?
Maybe.
Or 2 streams ago, I guess, because I was playing Earthbound last stream. Another great SNES game.
Yeah, Earthbound's been on my to play list for many years. Just haven't gotten around to it.
Have you been watching the streams?
Might pop in occasionally.
Although I'd say, you know, if it's something that's on your list to play, maybe you wouldn't. Hi, Robot. Just because you get spoiled from, you know, the plot and all of that.
I've already been pretty spoiled on that game.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, maybe I don't want to.
That's my fault. I could have already played it a long time ago. But
Yeah. Oh, you're going to sleep. That's why you made the shutdown sound. Later, D and Co. Thanks, Robot.
Bye, robot.
Appreciate your face,
bye.
your goofy jokes. Thanks for being here. And remember us when the robots start to take over. Please be kind. Kit says, plus I have the coordination of a drunk squirrel in a dryer. Those headsets would be the death of me. There are settings that help with that kind of stuff. You know, VR's come a long way, and they know that not everybody's got the same aptitudes. So I think they work pretty hard to try to make sure that everybody feels well supported. Guy says I've knocked over 2 things while trying Beat Saber. It is definitely a thing. If you have VR, you need to make the space for it. You got to be cautious.
And you need to play Beat Saber, yes.
Is that a good one? I haven't played. The only VR I've played were in small stints of games that when I'm over at somebody's house and they have VR and they're trying to sell me on buying it. Like, you got to get this because it's so cool. Spoiler, it was not enough to make me to buy it, but
I love playing Beat Saber, and I've been enjoying getting into some horror VR games, even though
Oh God, that would.
I'm a scared little boy. And crap my pants.
I know we joke about like crapping pants and stuff, but I think I would actually shit myself.
I would love to play VR horror. I am not the same. I like having true fear course through my veins. What's the scariest game you guys have ever played?
Resident Evil 8.
8? Yeah.
No. Well. Okay. Here's the thing, though, because Outlast was my first like true horror game.
Really?
But-
Ever?
Yeah, I mean, because I don't do scary. Parasite Eve I heard was scary when that first came out. We put it up in the store and it gave me the heebie-jeebies, and I never played it. But I think the first one to really like affect me was Outlast, but I think it was only because of the anticipation of jump scares.
Hmm.
But Resident Evil 8, and you guys know what scene I'm talking about because you've seen the clips, but like that actually, that tripped me out. Now I don't know if there's any game out there that exists that really fucks with you even after you shut the game off, and you know. But if there is, I don't think I want to have anything to do with it.
I've played a game that was it was not horror. I've considered streaming this actually. It's not horror, but it's like dark and spoopy story kind of thing. Do you know H.P. Lovecraft and like that sort of work? So it's in that vein where it's more like psychological terror. The idea of like a monster is not like chasing you and out to get you and it's going to eat you if it catches you, but more like the idea like all of humanity is doomed and there's some like great cosmic force that's sort of like trying to take over everything ever. That kind of like level of horror.
Yeah.
And so there's this game for GameCube. It was originally for N64, and they didn't release it in time. Either that, or I think what might have happened is Nintendo told the studio, like, "Hey, we've got a new platform. Would you want to start over real quick, and don't release this for the N64, but maybe like work it real fast for the GameCube?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, sure." So it's kind of got a weird like liminal feel to it, where doesn't feel like it's quite a GameCube game, but it's way better than what you'd expect an N64 game to be. It's called Eternal Darkness.
Yes, that's
I've
what
heard
I
of
thought
it.
you were talking about.
Yeah.
Such a good game.
And Nico just made me think about it because thank you very much for the lurk. Yeah, I was just thinking about it because Nico was saying, type of game that like really fucks with you, and this is definitely that sort of game. It had a health bar, a mana bar, and then a sanity bar. And whenever you fought any enemy, saw anything in the game that was spooky or dark, and had to like struggle your way through the game, your sanity was dropping, and then you'd find different ways to gain your sanity back. Like if you killed an enemy in a particularly visceral and satisfying way, you'd regain some sanity. But the best part of the game is the lower your sanity was, the more the game fucked with you. And it would fuck with your character. It would make it harder to play the game, but it would also fuck with you, the player. And that was such a cool concept to me. I really loved that. Like, again, not horror, so it's not like, screaming ghost dashing at the screen to make you crap your pants sort of thing. But at the same time, it was like highly unsettling. It was the sort of game that you would never jump while you're playing it, but you would turn it off. And if you had like to walk through a dark hallway back to your room, you would turn on all the lights first. Aya says, I'm too much of an anxious wimp to play horror on regular PC, let alone VR. I studied Eternal Darkness in my degree. Really? The messing with the TVs and such was so groundbreaking. Yeah, I wouldn't spoil like every part of it, especially if I stream. I don't want to say everything that happens, but as one example, you can be playing and the sound will just all go out. The master volume will go down, and it's accompanied by a visual on the bottom of the screen of what I'm sure the developers decided was the most normal volume meter for televisions, the most popular one you'd find on most TVs. Obviously, if it didn't match your TV, you knew right away. But for most kids playing this game, they're saying their TV volume meter on the bottom of the screen just started to go down on its own. and the sound of the game goes down on its own, and suddenly you can't hear anything. And it's visual game, but it also has auditory clues too. So you do need the sound, and you're like, wait, what's going on? Where's the remote? Why is the volume change? And then the game reveals that it's just a sanity effect. Very clever stuff. Does anybody make windows besides the carpenter?
I'll be here.
I don't know. No, they don't.
The blacksmith.
You can make them at the some pretty basic ones at the workbench, but
Anything else?
for anything nicer than the basic ones, you have to go to the carpenter only.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at. There's some really nice skinny ones in the tavern in Kelvin, and then there's windows that just don't have anything in them. I was like, oh, maybe we should build something to fill those spaces since they're just empty gaps right now. It looks dumb, but I don't think we can make that type of window. Just have to replace it with some other type of window. It's fun to hear that somebody actually studied that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no one to play it again. I haven't played it since I was a kid.
Mhm. Have this block? Did they have stone blocks in the game that we don't have? Oh, there it is. I just had to cycle through like every stone block to remind myself which one this one actually was. It says I can't remember if it was in game history or UI class though. That'd be so fun. I had some fun experiences like that in school, but I studied nerd stuff. Like language. Although I could tell some people, just like you did, where you said, oh, I studied that game that you liked so much when you were little. I studied languages that people speak, and then I can tell them, oh, I studied your language, but I don't know how that makes people feel to hear that. Like, yeah, we looked academically at the thing that your family and you used to speak when you were younger. How does that make you feel? I don't know if it's a thing that would make somebody feel proud or icked out.
I'd be flattered.
Flattered, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I've never studied a language that I thought like, oh, these I would never want to have anything to do with these people because of the language they speak. You know, it's always positive. Anything you get a chance to study, you learn more about the people and the culture and everything. It's definitely expands your ability to explain things in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Were we using regular stone block for road? Does that sound right?
Refined.
Refined. Oh, there it is. Cool. Thank you. Couldn't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks right. It says I think it would depend on context. Like if your language is being studied as a dead language when your people aren't, That would be a little unnerving.
That would be a little weird.
Yeah. What do you mean dead? What do you say? What are you trying to say right now? I mean, I think people know when their language is like dying, though. That's different. Wait, why is this like hovering? Doesn't seem right. I got to write a paper on the movie Aliens for a film class. Shame it wasn't Alien. Aliens is a fun romp, but Alien was like a genre definer. I love Alien, and Alien is just kind of like, sorry, Aliens is just kind of like a like a popcorn muncher to me.
Mm.
That was probably the most fun I've ever had writing a paper. Honestly, there's a part of me that wished I could have studied something like cinema or something where you can kind of be like more critical of things. I mean, I had English classes. You get to be critical of like the classics. I guess that's something. But that's not the same. But then I have friends who studied film, and it does rather limit what you can do in life. Unless you come from a family that can just float you if you don't have anything else interesting going on. Might be hard to study something where the outcome is, okay, now good luck beating everybody else at this skill set that you've just accumulated. That they're all just as passionate as you about doing well at the same thing that you've studied all your life and might have better connections than you. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Does anybody need nighttime for anything?
No.
For sleep.
Good, because that's what I'm going to do. Speed up the night. Aya says I got to study video game gender roles for a children's development psych class. Interesting. What were your... Did you have any interesting findings from that? I'm curious to know. Gender as a topic fascinates me. Kid says I appreciate Alien, but I do prefer Aliens. I mean, if you don't like really, really scary movies, then I think Aliens is preferable because it's far less scary. Anytime that you're going up against the big bad and you don't have like nearly what you need to survive and to make it through, it can be really like it can creep people out to watch a movie like that. And so I think it can feel better in your heart of hearts to watch like military get involved, have some big guns. Obviously they didn't have an easy time of it, but you know, it was a very different experience. There we go. I had to define what counted as a main character so I can compare whether femme characters were mains, support, etc. Interesting. I've mentioned this before on stream, but I had somebody come onto the stream to talk I don't even remember what we were talking about, but the topic of females in media came up, and they cited some paper that was like from the 70s talking about how all females in media were there for like the male gaze. And I was like, wow, that sounds really reductionist of media, and then it sounds really reductionist of males. Like, I hope that's not right, because I wouldn't want media doing that to women, and I also wouldn't want.
Will you stop kissing everything?
Tara. Hello and welcome, Raiders. Hey, Neko. Welcome. How are y'all doing? Let's shout out. Tara, I saw you streaming tonight. I wanted to pop in. We were so protracted putting the littles down.
See, this is the bottom thingy. And the upper thingy is up there.
Okay.
And the little levitating ship levitates between them.
Okay. I'm following you.
Just stop my ads. I'm sorry. Okay, here's a power cable.
Interesting clip. Go check out Tara. Friend to the stream.
Will you stop kissing everything?
Double raid. Well, hello. Welcome, Oz. That was a weird random clip. Oz says hi. Thank you, Fixer. I take it Oz and I aren't talking to each other, so you're going to be our intermediary, like the kid who is being forced to grow up way faster than they should because their parents want to treat them like just kidding. I don't know where I was going with that. Fart raid.
What's wrong, Doug?
That's another thing.
Please,
I'm right as the mail.
when traveling through the utility tunnels, listen and watch for possible signs of collapse. The road-bearing beams appear to be warping under the stress of the mountain weight. Crews will be sent out weekly to monitor tunnel integrity. Ooh.
Yep, that's exactly what to expect in Oz's show. All the ooh all the time. How are we all doing, guys? Welcome on in. We're building, fixing up a town, making a big mega project here in Enshriiiiine. Neka says gonna lurk now because I gotta head to bed. Oh, well, thank you very much for the lurk, and please sleep well. Anybody, if you got a D stream, including Oz, by all means, please do so. Please take care of yourselves, and also thank you for the triple self-care. Nico and Lost in Discord, I encourage you to hydrate, stretch, and posture check as well, since you're here.
I really should.
Really should, yeah. Tara says, Oz, hi. I had a question about your jewelry thingies. I guess I can't pop in to ask now. Well, you can ask here on my stream. True. Yeah, that was really atrocious, right? Oz has a channel point redemption just for the uwu. Oof, it's really bright over here. Hard to see what I'm working on. Too low. So, Damien, hi, Akai. does Oz practice the uwu voice regularly off stream, or does it just come natural? So what happens is Oz has an uwu just naturally, and then when she goes on stream, she tries her hardest not to have it come out because, you know, people got to pay channel points for that, right? So she suppresses the natural uwu to put on the show, and also to seem somewhat normative to her audiences, so she doesn't just scare people away or attract the wrong element, like, you know, people that are just there for uwu. She's not trying to like give them all the uwu right out of the gate, right? You gotta lure them in bit by bit. Oz says it's a superhuman trick. Oh, a stupid human trick. Could be. Could be. Oz and I do both have just like naturally occurring random ways of speech that come out of our mouths random. We don't necessarily have a real explanation as to why. Do these not... Can I not put these down lower unless they're part of like a bigger block set? That's fine. Just kind of trying to make this look like it was falling apart. Yeah. Like it's there, but it's devolving. We're at the end of the yellow brick road, you know? Yeah. I think that gets the point across. You get here, the road falls apart. Because that's as far as we can build, is that yellow line. Also, I'm sure she has to hold back because we can't handle the full uwu potential. If Oz gave you 100% uwu, yeah, half of you would have stars in your eyes. You'd probably like leave or divorce your current partners. Like, we can't have that kind of social unrest. We have to be very we consider ourselves curators of, you know, your relationships and well-being. So it's in Oz's best interest to keep the smolder to a minimum. How far back can we go before it's actually dirt? Probably that's as far as we can go. And it might be off. Might be off. That looks better. We
Man down.
lose lost again. He's just so quiet. That's what he gets for having a mutable mic.
I did it again.
Hi. Hello again. Oz says nonstop vomiting and unnaturally enamored. That's how I like my women. Must keep you all safe. XNet, hello and welcome. Long time no see. XNet says, ooh is fine, but I'm here for the Yiffy stuff. Oh, we've got Yiff. Wait, where's Rush? Is Rush here tonight? I don't think I've seen Rush. There'd be a rift in space and time opening. Maybe. Tara says, I have uwu trauma from a D&D game I watch. Do I want to know? I'm scared. I'm scared to know. You can't build it there. Yeah, build it here. What they need is diagonal blocks, but for the ground. So you can approach things at a diagonal.
I agree.
Because this particular block is awful to try to figure out diagonals for. the refined stone block.
Right.
Because of that weird splash, or what would you call it, flange
Yeah.
on the edges of it.
It's like a molding or whatever.
Yeah. Rush is here. Hello and welcome. Let me see if they've done a short of the Uwu dragon. Oh no. This sounds like something that the people I've played D&D with before in the past would do, though. Somebody would be Uwu. Is this like an open book? I don't like that the single books sometimes cost 2 books. Just, oh, like they all do. All single books cost 2 books. Cost 2 old books. Not a fan of that. I'm gonna have to go on a book run. Where's the best place to farm for old books?
Hmm. There was a place, and I don't remember. What's the town that we saw at the south of the map? That red Supra?
A Supra. Yeah, I think it was Supra. Surat's Rest.
That's the one. There is a library in the tower that's pretty good.
Oh, okay. In the one tower that's like a jumping puzzle to get to the top?
Yes.
Okay. Give that a shot. We could have some non-book things here too, though. I know the alchemist has some cool knickknacks. I apologize in advance for anybody that came in on either of the double raids. I'm very, I don't have ADD, but I'm very ADD tonight. I keep jumping from project to project because I've been staring at some parts of this game too much, and other parts entice me and like, oh yeah, we haven't fixed that, or we haven't done that, or this bothers me. I just want to step in and change it, and so I'm bouncing around to a lot of different things. It's all positive, you know. It's all like moving the needle forward on bringing order to this place. These are cool. These are great for a library or maybe a study. Maybe both. ¿Por qué no los dos?
I just realized what the issue with my staircase is.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Is it easily rectifiable?
Not really.
Oh.
So the entire left side is 1 block too far over.
Oh
or
no.
the entire right side, depending on how I want to shift it.
Yeah. Oof. That sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, sounds like something I'm not gonna do tonight.
Yeah, don't blame me there. Forgot when I restart the server, all the doors in my place close. Should we make our oven in here? Should we make a cook pot too?
Yes.
We should do both. Yeah. We've got the bricks to make an oven right now, I think. Kitchen's got to look like a kitchen. Lost, I really like the new layout for the crafters.
Excellent.
It feels really intuitive.
Yeah, I'm glad it's working out.
The farmer doesn't make the cook fire or the kettle, hot kettle thing. Is that a blacksmith thing? Black cauldron? No, that's for the alchemist, right? Kettle?
Yes.
Kettle. So make the kettle and then it's not just placeable on its own, right? I guess it is. Oddball. I miss you. Hi, welcome. And thank you for catching the reference. I sat for like half a day, well not like actively, but like thinking of what pun, what weird thing could I do with the word enshrouded. So I'm thinking I've done previous puns like in should I instead of should I say en should, like enshrouded. And so I'm thinking ensure. What's funny? What's interesting? And then Pink Floyd jumped into my head out of like nowhere. I'm like, okay, that's good. That's what it is. That's how we're gonna do it. You're the first person to make mention. Oh, fireplace. Here we go. Great. Kettle, flintstone, stone, no scraps. That's fine. How have I been? Like, what's the line that Bilbo says? Like butter spread over too much too
much bread.
Too much bread? Okay. It's like, don't mess this up, D. And then I just stopped. Yes, butter spread over too much bread. That's what I feel like. But high spirits, more optimistic than I was last year. Lots of good things happening this year. Big plans. Streaming has been going good. Doing triple streams now. We're doing basically every night that I stream, I do Wednesday through Saturday, 4 hours a night, and I do it on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time. So, yeah. And then work got busy, and my other things busy. It's just a lot. There's a lot going on. And the little just turned 5. So that's exciting. Put this. Would be a good place for a cook fire. Maybe a cook fire in the kitchen doesn't make much sense.
That doesn't make sense at all. Why would you put a cooking fire in the kitchen?
I don't. I mean, obviously you cook in the kitchen, but not like this. Oven, on the other hand, definitely. It's a good place for the oven. Let's put it over here.
That's what I need to make. A grill.
A grill?
Yeah.
This opens to the right, right? Okay, good. Keep that closed. Stuart's back. Welcome on back. Tara says, boo, no ooh, dragons shorts. Wonder if I can figure out the clipping thing, though, because, man, is it a thing. Stuart is working on an Aang statue. Good stuff. Well, do either of you need a kettle over a fire or anything?
No.
All right. Well, this is kind of a waste, but that's fine. I like the kettle, though. I'll probably make a couple of those. I just have them around in the kitchen for kitchen things. There aren't many things you can make that look kitchen-y, but the kettle do. And that is what the kettle will do. Have you ever watched that guy that used to do like a Morgan Freeman voice over animal footage?
Mm-hmm.
But it was all like fucky. I don't even remember what his show is called, but
I don't remember it either.
it's just some kind of like older white dude. the stuff that would come out of his mouth. I think he actually got like a gig on a show where, you know, some production company was paying him to talk like that. Wait, hello? What happened? We lost again.
I think we did.
I think we did. Let's take this one back there. The other one, though, maybe we'll put by the fire. Show like somebody's actively working on something over here. Oh yeah, we're feeling more kitchen-y already. Absolutely. Oh, lost connection to everything. I should probably call it anyway. That's fair. It is getting obscenely late. But I'm probably still going to hang for a while. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the chats. Input on old games. And I'm sorry you have like a really annoying staircase adventure ahead of you. I hope it goes smoothly. Let's take a look and see what he means. Oh, I think I can see it just approaching. If this is like the center line of the place, yeah, you can see either one needs to come in or the other needs to go out. I kind of feel like the right staircase needs to go out one space. But that's really sucks. There's so much work to do these like diagonal moving things in this game. That's such a cool effect too. In time. Oh, Robot left without me ever answering what the best movie of all time was.
Oops.
Did you say boobs?
I said oops.
Oh, darn.
Although.
Although.
That would be a good movie.
Just a movie called Boobs.
Yeah. Question is, what would it be about?
I don't know. I'd have to workshop some ideas. Not sure anything's coming to me immediately. Law says now at least I can fix it whenever I want. Exactly. I'm thinking of going with shifting the right side. It seems like the right thing to do. That's what I would do. Were I you? Which I'm not. I could never be. Well, if anybody feels so inclined, I will put it in a chest with other things that we have crafted that we're not using right now. Like a mortar. Oh, I could use the mortar in there. That's definitely a kitchen sort of thing, even though this is obnoxiously large, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it
That's
is very large.
obnoxiously large. That's okay. This person is cooking for, a whole mansion's worth of people, presumably. So I'll leave it as part of the lore that they need a very large mortar and pestle. Yeah. I don't know what I would consider my favorite movie of all time. I've watched so many movies and so many of them were so good. But I like different movies for different reasons. Some have definitely hit harder than others. And some movies that have hit me hard because of something very personal and not necessarily because they're like great movies for the whole world to enjoy, per se. I know what it was when I was young. When I was young, I watched one movie more than like every other movie ever. I'm not quite sure why, except that I think I was very romantic in a weird sort of way. But that movie was Benny and June. Did you ever see that movie?
Oh yeah.
I loved the crap out of that movie when I was young. And I think in my head, I just, idealized having like really weird, messed up romance with somebody who is also like weird. Like let's just find each other and be super weird together. I think I got that wish. I think that happened. Oz, would you say we're like Benny and June? Or I'm sorry, like Sam and June. Benny was the name of the brother. So a lot of people have said that movie doesn't age well because it's incredibly Hollywood versions of mental illness and nothing specific. Like they didn't portray anything right, which is unfortunate. But at the time, it meant a lot to me. Now it'd probably be something horror. I'm still waiting for a bro date with Nico where we watch Hereditary together because that's way high up there on my list.
I mean, yeah, we just need to figure out a good time.
On one of those days where neither of us streams.
That would leave Monday.
Oh yeah, there is a day. I was kind of joking, but there's actually a day that happens.
That's literally the only day.
Yep, it would have to be a Monday.
What are you doing Monday?
Packing for Cali, but that shouldn't take too long. We're not like moving there again. Stuart says I used to say The Nightmare Before Christmas was my favorite movie, but now I'm not sure. It's a solid movie. It has some weirdness to it. I've watched it a crazy amount of times because of the kids. They really fell in love with the movie. And there's some weirdness, like the whole nature of Oogie Boogie and like why he exists the way he does when he's so dangerous and why he's allowed to have cohorts that everybody knows and refers to as Boogie's kids. And it causes so much problem, and there's like a lot of fallacious goings on in that movie. But I do appreciate that that Jack is not particularly a hero. He's a flawed person who steps up and tries to do the right thing, but you see he's got a lot of bad personality quirks, right? He comes off as somebody who might seem like he's too perfect, and the whole Halloween town thinks he's too perfect, but then he proves that he's short-sighted and he pattern matches onto people and fills in what he thinks about them before he really gets to know them. Like he's got a lot of good character flaws. for somebody who's as powerful as he is. I know Teresa's favorite is Muppet Treasure Island. I've never seen that one. Tara made my own YouTube clip. I'll pop it on Discord for you. Oh, thank you. XNet says, best movie of all time. Toss up between Steel Magnolias. I still haven't seen it. And Human Centipede. You must be trolling us.
Human Centipede.
Yeah. When did they come over here? Oh, wooden barrels. Yeah, I want one of these. I need crates too. I saw bits and pieces of Human Centipede, and it looks like they just made the movie because they could. Like, nobody put enough time and effort into actually doing something worthwhile with it. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I haven't watched the whole movie, so, you know, somebody may shock and surprise me that it's actually fantastic somehow. Let's do... How big are the crates? Small enough I can put one here. Good. Might put a table over that, too. Just make this place look a little more full and enriching. We can put the barrel over here. Don't make it clip in the wall. Does this still work out okay? Super does. Great. Tim Curry is in it. I think I knew that. I love Tim Curry, but that doesn't mean that I watch everything he's been in. Same with like Christopher Walken. You know, there's some kid stuff or like goofy things that he's done. I'm like, you know, I'm okay. I like him, but I don't know if I like him. Right, the mortar and pestle. This is gonna have to go on this table. Holy cow! It just makes it look like it was created for a giant to use. There's no other question. I probably can't live on a table. It's got to live on the floor somehow. What would we put it in front of? Could we put it on the on this? Probably. That looks too tall. That doesn't look right. It's got to live on the floor. Maybe we put the pot on the pot on that and this over by the fire. Whoa, not what I wanted to do. Grab the kettle. He's fantastic and he plays Long John Silver. Admittedly, I don't really know anything about Treasure Island. So I don't know Long John Silver and if that's like a fun character for Tim Curry to be or not. There are a lot of classics that I sort of skipped over. Not by nature of like I wasn't exposed to classics. There was just some I got and some I didn't. I was in honors English almost my entire career of taking English classes. And sometimes that means that some things that everybody got to read, I did not, but I got to read other stuff that a lot of people weren't exposed to. I was exposed to Ayn Rand in high school. Not everybody is. Not that that's a good thing necessarily. Long John Silver is the bad guy. I do like Tim Curry as a bad guy. We're weighing right now, like, how old do the kids have to be before we expose them to movies like Legend? And it's all about, you know, how much childhood trauma do we want them to have by watching certain movies? All the childhood trauma. I mean, believe me, if I thought we could get away with it, and, you know, I didn't have to take the brunt of staying up with them and cuddling them if they have really bad nightmares, I would consider showing them all sorts of dark and twisted 80s childhood movies, some into the 90s too, where things were just dark. Yeah, the more I review this area, the more I think I like how the road just ends. Don't hold back every bit of trauma ever. Let's make some torches, some wall-mounted torches. I feel like our town needs more illumination. XNet says you can watch a few minutes of Human Centipede and figure out it was made just for the shock value. Yeah, shock bores me.
Yeah, it's not a good.
It's not. You've seen it?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I was big on the internet back in the era when like those shock internet websites were gaining, like, were big and popular. And it's just once you've seen like every bit of like snuff and awful things that can happen to animals and humans and little kids and everything, and some of them are fatalities and some of them are even worse that they're actually still alive afterwards. Like I saw all of it, everything, every disease and skin condition and everything known to man. And so to watch a movie where they're like, look, we did something medically gross, I'm like, so where's the plot? Like, I need to feel psychologically, you know, freaked out. I need to feel like I'm nervous to walk around at home, not like I just saw something that was nauseating, because to me it's not nauseating, it bores me. Oh, you also had to read Ayn Rand. I was wondering what you meant by same. You were exposed to Ayn Rand when you were young. That speech in Atlas Shrugged, though. I mean, I super get where Rand comes from. I know her background. I agree with some of her basic premises. Once she started talking about policy, I think she lost the plot. And I think that's where a lot of people are angry, is when her stuff stopped being literature and started being, you know, possibly like handbooks for people to consider ways to run a civilization. I was like, you know what? Maybe in Russia one day, but probably not in America. Stuart says, I forgot to ask before, but how was their first movie theater experience? The kids did such a good job. They were the best behaved kids of their age group that I have ever seen in a movie theater in my life. And believe me, I do not defend them if they're being little shits. I will say, wow, you know what? Those two are little shits. We won't do a movie theater again for a long time, is what I would say if it actually happened that way. But they were polite. They were quiet. They knew the etiquette that if they wanted or needed something, like Oz brought popcorn, and so, you know, they're asking for popcorn partway through the movie when they ran out. Like, they were being quiet and they were like wiggling around or like kicking, making noise, or frustrating the people around them. They were super besotted with the movie. They watched Labyrinth, for those of you that didn't know what they got to see in a movie theater. Yes, it was actually showing in a movie theater near us, which is pretty badass. I had never seen Labyrinth on the big screen, so it was an experience for me too, and it holds up really well as a modern film. A lot of people say there's a lot of ick value because of the way Jareth is about Sarah, but if you think of him as like an eternal fae creature instead of like a rock star playing one, it's not as ick as you think, because he's just doing a script. And it's fucking David Bowie. So yeah, I thought it was amazing. And they did so well. They really loved it. Since then, we have a home copy we've had for a while, and they wanted to watch it again and again and again, listen to the soundtrack again and again. They're trying to memorize the words to the various songs, not just Dance Magic, but like all, or Magic Dance, but like all the songs. They're trying to like learn Bowie, which I'm like, all right, let's start with this, and then we'll get you on some real Bowie music here in a second. Yeah, they're awesome kids. I mean, they love modern stuff too. We're not just like showing them old cinema and keeping them like, I don't know, M. Night Shyamalan's The Village, where they're like trapped in an era that long predates their birth. We show them brand new stuff too. I would say, you know, as much as I say they watched and rewatched Labyrinth, you might have a certain vibe as to what kind of kids you think they are, but they also watched and rewatched Luca, which is like one of the pandemic Disney films that they made that they released straight to Disney Plus. And I think it's coming out in theaters, which is weird. Like, it's been out on a streaming platform for a while. We watched it many times, and it is then going to hit theaters. But they're putting it in theaters because it did so well, you know, as a streaming movie. And I thought it was a cute movie, if you've never seen it. I had to make sure I was there to fast forward the scene in the bar in Gremlins where Phoebe Cates says there was no Santa Claus. Yeah, you got to be careful what you expose your kids to. There are certain movies that we haven't shown the kids that are classics in a lot of people's homes. And one of the main reasons we avoid them is because of the way that people interrelate with each other. Especially with older movies, there were a lot of things that were permissible to show. And I think one that that we were sketched for a long time to show them was anytime people would fall into romance way too fast. I just finished watching Alien, so good. Alien is amazing. It's one of my favorite horror movies of all time. And like the maybe the first like survival space horror ever as like a subgenre. I love everything about Alien. Absolutely everything. Flawless movie, in my opinion. Yeah. We wouldn't show them movies where romance moved too fast. Like, you meet Prince Charming, you have a night with him, and you're like, wow, I think I'm in love. I think I'd like to marry him. And he goes and he finds her, and they're like, hey, do you want to get hitched? Yeah. And then they lived happily ever after. And then that's the story. You know, movies like that. Or where like it's worse than love at first sight. It's like lust at first sight, which is in a surprising amount of movies when you watch. Like, it's even in The Jungle Book. Mowgli at the very end sees a girl, and he's like gulping. He's having such a hard time holding himself together. And it's not because he knows anything about her. He's just watching her draw water and sing. And he feels like an immense emotional feeling about what he's seeing. I'm like, okay, you know, does this teach to my two daughters like the right thing? And there's so many options out there. We could show them so many other movies. It's not like we're trying to like be very censorious. We're just choosing the movies where that kind of stuff doesn't happen, upon which they can see a ton of movies where that kind of like crazy fallen lust behavior does not happen in the cartoon. Stuart says, also, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be coming down soon. 23rd to the 7th. Yes, indeed. Xnet says, I watched Poltergeist with my daughter. I was surprised there's no sex and no cursing. Yeah, I mean, it was Spielberg movie, right? So they did it right for families. I do like how they did that in the first Enchanted movie, how she's all about the dude who ends up being Frozen. Yeah, and so our kids have watched Frozen. They actually love the Frozen movies. Adore. Maybe have watched them almost as many times as Nightmare Before Christmas. Actually, they won't watch Nightmare Before Christmas now because I think they're aging out of it. But sorry for those of you who are adults who love that movie. But they watch the crap out of Frozen 1 and 2. And I explained to them before they watched Frozen 1. I was like, hey, you're gonna see somebody do something that looks kind of funny and weird. You know, she's gonna fall in love super, super fast without like knowing somebody. I wanted them to I spoiled that one part for them because that doesn't happen around us. We don't know people that do that. So I wanted them to acknowledge like, yeah, that's weird and probably not what ought to be happening. And so when they saw Anna doing that, they're like, "Oh yeah, here's that part. Yeah, this is weird. This is creepy that this is happening with her." I appreciate when people take like rom-com elements and expose them. You know, make them very, very clear that there's something wrong and weird happening there. Like 500 Days of Summer, making the manic pixie girl trope flip on its head. And if you've never watched Frozen 2, it is a fantastic movie to show to kids because Frozen 2 is it's sort of political, but they turned it into a Disney movie, and I thought they did a really good job. I think historically Disney was not known for like sensitivity of peoples that they depict in a movie. But Frozen 2 being set in the same fictional area that's roughly Norway, they created a story that revolves around the conflict between the indigenous peoples, like the Sami people in the north part of Norway, and the Norwegians, when the Norwegians started to create water systems for their country, which inevitably led to things like creating dams in places where natural flow of water was critical for the wildlife and the way of living of the Sami people, and put direct conflict between the indigenous people and the Norwegians. It was just, you know, really brutal time in that country's history, and they made that into a Disney movie featuring Anna and Elsa and Idina Menzel. It's like, wow, okay, cool. I'm here for it. Rico said it had mother. Wait, which one had mother? No lust in Alien. Yeah, you can watch Alien. I don't know. That's hard to say. Some people can look at a xenomorph and feel a certain way about it. All right, folks. I have to. It's 2, and I can't linger like I have the past few streams because Oz has a market day tomorrow, and we'll be live selling her wares to actual people out there in the real world. I mean, you all are actual people too, but we got to pack the car, we got to get everything ready, we got to be able to wake the kids up in an early morning and get them changed, fed, and out the door ASAP so Oz can get her booth set up. And yeah, if we don't do that now, the sooner the better, because we got be up at ass crack of sometime in the morning to make this whole show happen, and half of it we got to get ready tonight to make sure it happens. Teresa says you need to show the kids Muppet Treasure Island. Maybe. They're so with the Muppets. I think the thing is that Muppets tell a lot of jokes that go over their heads, and so they think they're funny and silly a little bit, but they also don't feel like the Muppets are talking at their level. Does that make sense? Like their engagement with the characters and getting to know them and like role playing them afterwards, it's not there as much as other shows. Like I cannot count how many times they have role played that one of them is Elsa and the other one's Anna, but they don't interact with the Muppets that way. You know what I mean? I'm so on the Muppets, but this one's pretty good. When I was a kid, I loved the Muppets, but was also like an old man in a tiny kid's skin, so I liked their jokes that probably went over my head. Nico, anything to say? Would you like to promote yourself?
Sure. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at 8 p.m. Central. And, right now we're playing Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah.
Oh, ad break. Nice.
Ad break. Yeah. Sorry. I said that and then that popped up. In a minute and 15 seconds, everybody else will be able to hear you.
Hell yeah.
I will wait to kill stream until that's all fit. I feel like I want to make this into stairs. I'll do this while we're still on stream. I promise I wasn't trying to set you up. Just how it happened.
Yeah, it's fine.
I feel like my pickaxe does too much damage sometimes. Do you ever feel that way?
Yeah. But too much damage? I don't know if there's such a thing as too much damage.
Like it's not nuanced enough for some of the smaller jobs I want it to do.
Ah, yeah.
Like it almost makes me want to carry one of the lower end pickaxes around just for such a purpose. Okay, everyone else is back from ad break.
Oh, hey.
Nico, what were you saying?
So yeah, I stream every Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at 8 p.m. Central. Right now we're going through Final Fantasy 9 on Thursdays and Alien Isolation on Sundays, where I've got my heart monitor on, and it's a little, I mean, Resident Evil 8 was scary, but this is pretty trippy. And then, Tuesdays, it's either or. Tuesdays are kind of a crapshoot. Used to play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, pretty much all of those streaming days, but because there's a content lull, we're sort of taking a break. So Tuesdays is kind of up in the air. Might be Final Fantasy 14, might be 9, might be Alien Isolation, might be Enshriiiiine. But yeah, we usually go for like 3-4 hours.
Good stuff. Yeah, if you're not already following him, then you're not my friend.
Oh.
So, I'm just throwing that out there.
And honestly, one of these days, if I can get the settings right, I might start streaming Sin County again.
Really? What do you mean by the settings right? What was going wrong?
So anytime I streamed it, the menus in game would lag. Like gameplay, everything was fine. But if I open up my inventory, it would like take its time to open up very slowly. And then navigating through the menus was kind of wonky. The cursor, when I opened a menu, would disappear, and I would have to rely on my preview window in OBS to be able to use the mouse cursor. So I don't know what was going on, but that's the only reason I don't stream it.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. That's pretty annoying.
Yeah, but if I can figure it out, I'll probably start streaming that at some point.
Interesting. Still playing bus on that these days?
Yep, still playing bus. Although I did check out the retired Dr. Nash Cranston. And he still has all his cool stuff, but he's retired now. I don't know what to do with him, so it'll be interesting trying to find out where his story goes.
Interesting. Good stuff. Be curious to see. Rico says alien had mother. Well, no less between the humans. Yeah, no less between the humans. I'll agree with that. Whose mother? Do you mean Sigourney Weaver or do you mean the mom xenomorph? I don't remember anybody being referred to as mother on that. Oh, the computer was named Mother, the AI. Is that featured in Alien Isolation?
I don't think so. So isolation happens between alien and aliens,
Okay.
and you play Ripley's daughter,
Interesting.
who also goes by Ripley.
I mean, sure. Why not? All right, folks. I'm going to try to bounce out pretty quick here so I can start loading the car for tomorrow or early tomorrow morning. It's all right. I'm used to this amount of sleep. Usually not on Fridays. Usually I get a little bit more sleep on Friday nights to Saturday mornings, but not on market days. All right. Thank you all so much. Love your faces. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Don't forget to make a profile on kick.com and add me, kick.com/DamienHolme. Just farming for followers right now. Trying to get up to 75 by the end of the year, hopefully, to get affiliate there. And if you watch on VOD, please watch on YouTube, where I'm trying to get farm. Get farm. Yeah, get farm. I'm trying to get farm. I'm trying to farm the watch hours there so that we can partner with YouTube once again. Partnered with them before. This year can be the year. I just have to hit a certain metric, and that's the only metric I have left. Actually, I have a list of metrics, and I've hit them all except for your watch hours. So, pop on a playlist or two and just let it, entertain you. Again, relive those fun moments that we've had on our previous streams. Or watch my old videos if you'd like. Learn some High Valyrian and the whole shebang. All right. If you're on YouTube and Kick, I'm going to pop you off right now. And Twitch, we're going to go find somebody to raid. See you, YouTube and Kick. Have a good night.